The events of history unfold in the deserted Northern Territory in South Korea. Among the gathered people, only one guy looked insanely excited. Noticing this, one of the experienced warriors approached the young fighter before his first campaign. Taking a mug of a warm drink, the young man honestly admitted that he had been in portals and dungeons, but not in deserted lands, from which he completely lost confidence. Now they were on the ground, where a person's leg did not step from the beginning of time. Therefore, the earth literally teemed with a variety of monsters, and for this short journey, they hunters expected to meet at least the top 3 such creatures. The young guy also decided to ask about their leader, who was from the famous warriors clan, so he expected that this man was very strong. Immediately after that, the man glanced at their commander and explained that he was just a bastard. In addition, so useless that he was expelled from the clan. Now opposite them, in solitude, was the 9th illegitimate son of the famous military clan named Lee Yun. Many said that he was not only mediocre, but also completely devoid of ambitions. At this age, he reached only the 7th rank in martial arts, and obviously the soldiers whispered, not understanding how they could rely on such a person. At that moment, one of the fighters whose face was covered with a mask approached the leader and invited him to continue the path. This hero only coldly looked up at the approaching man. Then he nodded calmly without any interest, agreeing to the proposal. These people were a detachment of a dark sword elite mercenaries, directly subordinate to the patriarch of the clan Lee. In theory, they had to protect the hero, but they clearly had something else on his mind. For this reason, a man had a very poor foreboding. Once being young, he dreamed of the future and hoped for the best. As a child, he realized what responsibility lies with him as the heir to the famous military clan. When a ritual of choice was held with him, he was the choice of the best weapon in the arms ward of their entire clan. Then he thought that if he would work and try to earn respect, then one day he was finally recognized. However, nothing of the kind happened. And soon the doctor pointed out problems with the meridians of the boy. Due to the fact that they had too low patency, the practice of magic was excluded, and even martial arts will be given to the child with great difficulty. Even if he had reached at least the 9th rank in his life, it would be a real miracle. When his father found out about this, he was disappointed and could no longer look at his child. And when the rumors reached the rest, his successes on the ritual began to be written off as a pure accident. Despite a difficult diagnosis, the boy made every effort, trying to prove that the doctor was wrong. By the 25 years, he had already reached the 7th rank and was in the 7th heaven, although his brothers reached this rank in childhood. However, joy did not last long. At 30, he was already expelled from the clan. Only thanks to the help of one of his older brothers, he was not killed, but simply kicked out. Since then, hiding from the family, 10 years have passed. For him, these were very complex and harsh times. In addition, deserted lands began to expand on the ground. The attacks of monsters became commonplace. Once, while the man was warmed up by the fire, as if by chance, a scrap of a newspaper flew to him. There he saw the news that his father, the bodhisattva of the world of martial arts, and the patriarch of the famous family died. As soon as he found out about this, uninvited guests appeared behind him. It was a detachment of a dark sword that followed his location. Obviously, Lee Yun was wondering how they found him so quickly. However, without explaining anything, they made it clear that they came in order to transfer the order. It is not surprising that they did not want to answer his questions. They handed him a task from the patriarch, which became the 3rd brother. Obviously, Lee Yun was interested in what happened to his older brother, who helped him escape, but no one answered questions. Then the man calmly made it clear that he did not see the meaning in this task. Nevertheless, he did not pick up the sword for 10 years, and there was only the 7th rank, the master of martial arts. Fighters from the Dark Sword detachment already considered that the hero refuses to complete the task. However, Lee Yun knew very well that the death penalty was relied on for the refusal to fulfill the orders of the patriarch without good reason, so he nevertheless agreed to fulfill the task. As soon as this happened, the members of the detachment seemed to evaporate in the air. The illegitimate son was indignant, and his hands were shaking with anger when he understood what these bastards were these people. In this way, he turned out to be the same day on the implementation of this meaningless task. Suddenly, the young man who first arrived on these lands noticed something suspicious. There was an abandoned estate right in front of him. However, it remained a mystery where it came from at all on these lands and how so well preserved. One of the fighters of the Dark Sword immediately ordered Lee Yun to lead his detachment members inside. As a result, everyone, armed with swords, slowly followed into the dark building, looking around. However, they saw that the entire territory of this estate was strewn with human skeletons, and still skeletons of unknown creatures. Looking around this huge skull, it became clear that it belonged to the once living ancient monster. The head of this mission from the Dark Sword finally achieved what he needed. Therefore, he immediately transferred the order to his subordinates to act according to the plan. The same young guy, who did not even have time to raise his head, demolished his head from his shoulders. Li Yang looked at this, not even completely believing in what was happening. Then he screamed loudly with another survivor, demanding any explanation. The head of the Dark Sword detachment only laughed, considering these people fools. After all, they never understood that they were sentenced to death. Attacking the nearest man, the enemy said that he was a great honor if his body was used for the purpose of Li Clan. However, the mercenary did not have time to get closer, as he was instantly pierced by the hero's sword straight into the chest. Li Yang decided to find out who made an order for him. The mercenary named the name of the patriarch. It was he who gave the order to bring them here and to execute all of them painlessly. After what was said, the enemy grabbed the tip of the hero, and as a result, his weapon fell into small pieces. In the meantime, the fighter's wound slowly dragged on right before his eyes. He explained that they were relied on the painless execution if they did not resist. While the hero was shocked by the prisoners in front of the wounds, the man whom he saved from his faithful death began to attack. However, it was worth the warrior of the dark sword to feel the threat that he instantly killed the attacker. Then he looked at the hero with a smile, considering him a real miserable sight. Nevertheless, having come for his soul, they expected more skill from him, even though he was only half a member of the family. A moment later, the enemy attacked the hero, because of which he flew back, meeting his back with the wall. Blood poured out of the mouse. However, despite this, his determination was not broken. After all, the man clearly did not want to die in this way. For this reason, he began to look around in search of at least any weapon. Soon he saw a sword stuck in the mouth of that very ancient monster. If someone managed to defeat such a huge monster with this sword, then he will clearly suit him, even though he has been lying here for a long time. However, when he pulled out the sword, he was very surprised. The blade was broken, and some strange black haze came from its broken end. At this time, the enemy was already sneaking up from the back. Amazed at the helplessness of the hero, he decided to give him a quick death only because he was at least half a member of Li's family. After the wound, the hero, without resisting, fell to the ground, amazed at the cruelty of heaven. Obviously, it was hard for him to believe that he would die in such an insignificant business. His whole life was a struggle and then turned into an endless flight. He fell many times in his life and then rose again. Therefore, until the consciousness finally left him, he looked at his blood, thinking about how he would do if he returned back. However, unexpectedly in the dark, the hero heard his father's voice. He spoke with his assistant, who reported that the mother of a newborn boy was already found dead. Not understanding anything, whether Yun only carefully looked into his father's face, the patriarch of the clan Li Ji-shin. However, he was surprised that his father and butler were crazy young. Reaching to them, he realized that his hands were like a baby. And when he examined them more closely, he realized that it was he who became a baby. Of course, the boy's first thoughts were that he got into some nightmare or was in the next world, because he well remembered how he was killed. Just at that moment, the man gave his newborn child a name, and also ordered him to appoint him a nanny and a guard from a detachment of a dark sword. The patriarch also wanted the child to go through the ritual to become along with his 8th child. Of course, the butler tried to explain to the patriarch that the boy was not ready yet, and his 8th daughter was only a couple of months older. However, it seems that for the patriarch this did not matter. Then, for the last time looking at his son, he went away. Only after that did the boy manage to exhale calmly. He had not seen his father for so long that from one species he forgot how to breathe. And yet he wanted to understand what was happening to him, because what he now felt was too real to be a simple memory. After that, he remembered the words of the patriarch about the test and realized what this had already happened to him before. It turns out that although he did not want to believe in it, everything indicated that he returned to his past. A few months later, upon returning to the past, an important day in the Li clan came. The same ritual of steel, when the weapon chooses the representative of the Li clan and shows what talents he actually possesses. The boy's father once chose dozens of swords, and he became the best swordsman of his time. And the elder brother of the hero was chosen by swords, scrolls, and staff. He became the famous military magician. Now this ritual will be a hero. At this time, his nanny fluttered around the boy, amazed at how beautiful the young master was. In addition, she praised him for even being in place. He did not cry at all. After that, Ga grabbed the baby in her arms and honestly admitted that she feels the boy will have an outstanding result. After all, she believed that such a good child was waiting for a great, bright future. The boy only smiled because he had been replaced by his mother in the past. But the hatred of one of his older brothers led to her dismissal. But Haga was the only person who worried about him and was always on his side. However, the hero promised himself that he would no longer allow their separation. Therefore, he hugged her with his children's hands, swearing that he would protect her to the end. Finally, at that moment, a servant came, reporting that all preparations for the test of a young master were over. Therefore, the nanny smiled sweetly, offering the boy to go. At this point, the butler also came to the patriarch, reporting on the implementation of all preparations. Therefore, a strict man went to see how the test will pass. After waiting for the arrival of the patriarch, the nanny with the children and the servants of the estate followed him. After that, they found themselves in the huge arena, where the audience shouted with might and main in anticipation of the spectacle. Family members carefully looked at the hero in the hands of Hu Khva. They realized that he was an illegitimate son, so they brought him secretly to the test. At the same time, the children were watched by the matriarch of the famous clan Bak Unyuan, advisor to the clan Lai by the name of Ji Hun, the first heir to the clan Li Mern Zhang, and another heir to Gun Song. Myun Zhang was honestly surprised, looking at the children, because he could not remember that at least one of them passed this ritual in infancy. After that, the guy with a smile turned to his brother Gun Song. However, he only exhaled calmly. He, too, could not recall this. In addition, it was madly interesting for him to know where this child came from, but of course, no one began to report to him. Therefore, the head of the clan performed loudly, announcing the beginning of the ritual. First of all, he ordered him to bring him his 8th daughter. Then they put the small 8th heiress of the Li Khwa clan on the stone throne. After that, the head of the clan wrapped himself in his clothes and took out a special small dagger. Taking the girl's hand, a quick, confident movement cut her palm. The child cried, and the blood from her hand began to slowly drip on the stone. The resulting blue veil rushed towards the weapon. As a result, this girl was chosen by an ivory sword, a sword coupling, and the most valuable of the arms chamber. He was a true masterpiece of blacksmithing, which for many years did not give an answer to any of the heirs. For this reason, the head pulled a blade to himself, still shining with bright blue light. And he loudly told the public that from now on the ivory sword was granted to his daughter Li Hwi. At this time, the servants began to flutter around the back of the bug, congratulating the mistress for giving the lord of another talented child. The woman was clearly proud of herself. However, the atmosphere remained very wary, because then the ritual had to be carried out with Li Young. The crowd immediately whispered, realizing that this is just that child, born of someone else's woman. Many condemned the head of the clan Lai for conducting a ritual over his bastards. But despite the whisper of the crowd, the man took the child, and he put him on a stone. After that, he also calmly cut his hand to his youngest son. And when he did not cry, the man stroked his head with real pride in his gaze. At that moment, Li Yun held his breath, realizing that the ritual would begin soon. In a past life, he was chosen by the sword of heavenly flame. Therefore, watching the drops of blood flowing to the stone, he wanted to know that he would wait for him in this life. At that moment, He Hong calmly looked around by Bak Unyang, sitting next to him. He perfectly saw cold rage in her eyes. It was not surprising, because now she saw the fruit of the secret affairs of her husband. Obviously, he was insanely sorry for this baby, who was waiting for a very difficult fate. As bastard, he will have to very difficult in this family. At that moment, an old man approached him, who noticed how the advisor became interested in this illegitimate child. This old man was the main elder of the famous military clan Lei, and the advisor understood it was this old man who would deliver a huge number of problems to the unfortunate child. Without betraying himself, he only calmly greeted the main elder. However, he understood with Kal Jun, you need to be more careful. After that, they discussed that Li Yuna not so long ago found members of the Dark Sword detachment. Obviously, the old man did not understand what their master was thinking about if he decided to conduct the ritual over the child, unknown to anyone. Kal Jun perfectly understood that Ji Hong knew for sure this is a useless ritual for illegitimate children. Obviously, these words greatly touched the clan advisor. And the old man only viciously reminded how much time ago Ji-hun, who was also an illegitimate son, did not choose any weapon. After all, nevertheless, as you know, there is a bastard, and they should always know their place. The advisor was very angry with these words. Unable to endure this anymore, the man ordered the old man not to be forgotten. However, suddenly both fell silent when they saw a dazzling blue light, bright than everyone else, who literally flooded everything around. Carl Jun simply did not know how to react, because this should not have happened. He Hong, on the other hand, seemed to be most happy about the most. Although he saw all this with his own eyes, he still could not believe what was happening. At that moment, Li Yuna immediately lit up several blades, a sword of exemplary skill, a spear of blood, a sacred sword. And also the relic is a divine crossbow of a sensitive dragon. Everyone immediately infected their enthusiasm, because even those guns that already had their own owners reacted to the boy. Myun Zhang even looked back at his sword. How can it be so that he shines? Then he glanced at his brother, considering what happened to a real miracle. Everything that this phenomenon pointed to is that their younger brother had incredible talent. Even the crowd buzzed, not believing that the illegitimate had so many talents. However, the ritual could not be mistaken. And now, while everyone was in shock, the patriarch of the clan called everyone to silence, and also recalled that, according to the law of their clan, all the guns that chose his son should be granted to him. However, since the situation was extraordinary, he decided to listen to the proposals of others. The first thing the proposal was the brother of the patriarch. As you know, according to the law of the clan, they were obliged to bestow weapons, but if they give the child everything, then this will destroy the very meaning of the steel ritual. As you know, this ritual should be passed on from generation to generation, so he suggested that the boy independently choose his weapon. Obviously, the chapter considered this advice really standing. Immediately after that, he snapped his fingers, and all the luminous tools spun around the boy. His time has come to choose a suitable blade. The hero, only in amazement, looked at all the luminous weapons around him. Obviously, Li Yun could not understand why this time everything went not according to the scenario known from the past life. However, this was a literally excellent chance for him, which he vowed not to miss. At first, he looked at the sword of the dragon of the massacre, but he flashed past him. After that, his attention was attracted by a sacred spear, packed from the bones of Beluga, as well as the staff from the branches of the world tree, in which the fairies are asleep, and the sword of heavenly spheres, forged into the parade of planets. All these great samples of weapons art only waited for the moment when the boy would make his choice. But he had nothing to worry, because he decided on everything from the very beginning. As soon as the chapter saw what sword his son reached for, his eyes opened widely from shock. The boy persistently crawled to the sword, found by the founder of the clan in unknown lands. He was covered with dust of secrets and remained a mystery to their ancestors. This sword was called Black Dusk. What was known about him did not allow this blade to be considered to be heavenly swords. However, it was stored in a series of such because it was the sword of their founder. But for all generations that have passed from the founding of the clan Li, this sword has not yet chosen anyone. Therefore, the chapter suggested that it was possible for Yun to choose precisely this sword because he acted on the basis of his whim. Although it was foolish to think that a child at such a young age could deliberately choose. Therefore, the head, grabbing the chosen blade, immediately announced that his son had chosen Black Dusk. On this, the ritual was over. Baek Eun-yang, but she looked displeased at the incomprehensibly where her son came from, realizing that he would give them many more problems. However, she vowed that if this boy would interfere with her, she would get rid of him. After all, she will have no choice. The exam has already passed the exam for a long time. And the hero once again called the nanny, explaining that he was going to training. Grabbed with anxiety, she escorted the 9th son of the clan and offered to spend the young master. Of course, the boy tried to explain that it was already an adult and could go on his own, but it seemed that the nanny was too concerned. In addition, she was wondering why the boy was going to train in the first hall. After all, there were other training sites, and the first hall of them all was not the most spacious. However, the hero only smiled, explaining that someone was waiting for him in the first hall. Suddenly passing by, they heard loud cries from the 7th training site. At that moment, the 8th lady's training was going on, whom the mentor taught the art of owning a sword. At this moment, the 8th heiress Lee Hwi was also 9 years old, like the hero. The boy calmly called her number 8. However, the restless nanny asked to call Madame the older sister because he would have been punished if someone had heard such words. Li Yun clearly did not understand why he should call an older girl who is only 5 months older than him. At this moment, the coach explained to the young lady that her blade should be a continuation of her body. He asked her to stop to wave so casually because the blow should be neat and accurate. However, all these instructions only angered the lady, so she threw her sword out of her hands. Then she also shouted at her coach, not understanding why he constantly only does what she pulls her. It seemed that the baby did not at all understand her age, for which such formalities as holding the sword in her hands. Of course, the swordsman tried to explain that it was for the good of the mistress, and asked her to calm down and try to make a maneuver again. And Li Yun was interested in what kind of person who was given such a difficult task was to teach his sister. As it turned out, he was a commander from an Ebonite detachment named Bak Li Hyun. The hero was sincerely sorry for such a good warrior who was forced to teach a 9-year-old girl. Ha was very worried after the words heard. She considered that the master was jealous, so she promised that he would also be given a teacher who would appreciate his talents. Then she also apologized to the boy for not managing to raise him as he deserved. She believed that she was poorly coping with her duties because Li Yun needed a lot, while his older sister ate well since childhood. Li Yuna was clearly upset that the maid started talking about this and recalled that he was very grateful for everything that she had done for him. In addition, he did not need any teacher like Bak Li Hyun. He came here only out of respect for their father. In addition, Li Yun already had a good teacher, and not one. After that, he calmly went to the #1 training room. This hall was a historical place for the Light clan and was more like a museum than a training room. However, the boy came here for a reason. For this reason, he soon stopped near a huge door. Outside the walls of the room, the most ancient weapon of their clan was stored. From all this junk, he found a suitable used blade. And today, I decided to practice with him. As it turned out, after his return to the past, many changes occurred with him. And the most amazing of them concerned his abilities. Therefore, now he concentrated, clutching the sword tightly in his hands. Thus, he managed to fully consider the memories of the owner of this weapon. He saw the owner of the sword and how he fought with him. Thus, he recognized the age of the weapon and the degree of attachment to it of the owner. And when he repeated the skills seen in his memories, this helped him to master the fact that he knew the sword. As a result, repeating the actions from the memoirs, he managed to create the technique of the Sword of 7 Stars, the first movement of the Red Wind. After that, the boy sighed cheerfully. Apparently, finally, he managed to learn all the movements of the stars. Over the past 2 years of daily training, he learned almost all the memories of the ancient weapons in this hall. However, unexpectedly behind him, the boy heard admiration for his skills. After all, the one who came for a long time had not seen such a good possession of the technique of Swords of Stars. The coming person was none other than the advisor to Li Lei and Purient Uncle Hero. This man occupied the 4th rank, and although he was a haggard brother of the patriarch, he was the military minister of the clan and enjoyed honor and respect. In the past and in this life, it was one of the few who sincerely cared for the hero. For this reason, he approached in order to praise the boy for his efforts. He was sincerely proud of the child. Every day he came here to train, and the advisor often noticed Li Yuna when he left the chamber of meetings. He understood that the boy must have been very difficult when his brothers treat him like that. However, it seemed that Uncle sincerely believed that the boy could overcome this. The hero only calmly explained to his uncle that such formalities were not interested in him. He was glad that he was part of the famous clan Li. In addition, he recently recognized the motto of their family: you need to gain respect by a sword. So the boy was going to, as their motto stated, to gain the respect of the rest and become stronger. The herd struck the man to the core, but at the same time, it became sad that such a talented child was born out of marriage of his older brother. After that, the man also recalled that very soon Li Yun had a named ceremony. And although there was very little time left, Uncle wanted to become a teacher for the hero. However, the boy, awkwardly apologizing, explained that he could not accept his proposal. Obviously, his uncle was offended to the core because he believed that the young man would be glad to hear that he was wanting to become his teacher. However, according to the laws of the clan, he had no right to study before the name was given to him. Therefore, he did not want his uncle to have problems because of him. Of course, Jihong was surprised because the heroes and sisters of the hero have long spat on all these prohibitions, fed well and studied with the best teachers. But the illegitimate son knew that one cannot violate the rules, even if everyone around them is violated. In addition, he recalled that he wants to gain respect by a sword and therefore should follow these rules. Then Gi-hun, doubts crept in, this boy cannot be 9 years old. His gaze was as if he looked into the eyes of his older brother. As a result, his uncle took the position of his nephew, realizing that he could not force him to violate the rules. Then he stroked the child on the head, surprised that Li Yun was as stubborn as his father. Obviously, his uncle was sad that he could not help his nephew. It bothered him. Therefore, he decided to find out whether Yoon was admitted to what he wanted to get from him. As it turned out, the boy literally waited for his uncle to make this proposal, and therefore, embarrassedly fingering the fastener, admitted that he would like to ask for something. However, his request was quite extraordinary, which he was clearly not expected to hear Ji-hong. The hero wanted to see what is in a secret warehouse, but still, his uncle agreed to fulfill the request. Soon they were already approaching the warehouse, protected by huge gates and 2 armed soldiers. Before opening the gate, the guards asked them to stop. And then, looking at the advisor, they asked to present documents. The man immediately held out his card, introduced himself, and explained that the purpose of his visit was an audit of the warehouse. He also pointed to the junior heir to the clan Lei, whom he brought to see how adults work. After making sure that the documents were real, the soldiers bowed, missing the clan advisor. The gates opened, and Ji-hun and Li Yuna immediately drove inside. The hero tried to behave as if he was interested in how he had his age. The advisor quickly noticed that the boy clearly liked what he saw. It was not surprising, because he knew that in this warehouse the treasures and the best weapon of the Li clan were stored. However, the boy did not admit that he arrived here in search of something specific. If someone was looking for legendary swords, whose great existence is difficult to believe, then they will tell him where it is. And of course, it was in the weapon warehouse. Wandering over him, the boy already sincerely opened his mouth with delight. Approaching the elevator, he has explained that at the very bottom, in the basement of the warehouse, a weapon was stored, which for some reason had to be isolated. The boy literally shone, because he heard that there was a weapon of a monstrous rank that devours its owner. The advisor was amazed at how much his nephew knows. However, he explained that as soon as he picks up at least one weapon, it would eat his heart and body to the very bone. However, it seemed that even after such an ominous story, the boy did not change his mind and was not afraid at all. In principle, it was clear, because Ji-hong would not lead him to such a dangerous place. After that, the advisor went to the upper floors on business and asked the boy to look around in the building. Immediately after that, they said goodbye, and finally the elevator closed. Only then did Li Yun finally manage to exhale calmly. After all, it was not so easy to portray a naive child for a 30-year-old warrior. After that, he went to the basement of a secret weapon warehouse, which was also called a weapon cemetery. Dangerous objects of weapons art were isolated in it. The whole point of this trip was to find a certain weapon that the boy wanted to study. This weapon was a blade called Limitless. In the first form, this is a dagger, but if you endow it, it can take any shape and even change its own weight. Once his elder brother Gun Song found this weapon here, he received a changeable title, because this was the essence of this weapon. Because of this title, it was Gun Song that became a patriarch, and not the eldest son, who was a more suitable candidate. It was Gun Sleep who ordered to find him and kill him. At a minimum, this is all that the main character knew at the moment. But the boy understood that he could not allow this, he must do something about it. And although perhaps he will not be able to immediately study the right blade the first time, but sooner or later, he will definitely find it. All in order to get a variable title, this time, instead of his unbearable older brother. With a black haze that poured out of his hands, he began to gradually check the weapon. From this moment it passed for about an hour, as he sorted out the daggers, but he failed to find the boundless. But he knew for sure that the weapon was here, so he wanted to check everything again, believing that he had missed something important. However, unexpectedly, when he went to check another window, he dropped a small rusty blade straight to the ground. This little rusty piece of iron clearly interested the boy. Therefore, pulling his hands to her, he began to guess what kind of weapon this century. However, suddenly a black haze slipped from his hands against his will and reached for this subject. And very soon there were so many haze that she completely absorbed the boy's body. When he opened his eyes the next time, he was in an unknown place. A lot of guns were collected there, and around the human bones lay on which he sat. Then he realized that he probably accidentally considered the memories of this dagger. However, they were different from those that the hero had to see earlier. In addition, what he saw here was so realistic, as if he was really in such a hell on earth. But soon the boy felt something terrible, so he immediately turned his head. Behind him, he saw something terrifying, from which his blood froze in the veins. It was an ancient monster once emerging from a dark portal. Once upon a time, it absorbed entire civilizations. It was a monster of an apocalyptic rank. Li Yun's knees shook, because he understood that this monster would certainly kill him. He could not even hope that he would be able to overcome him, so he did not come up with anything better than to escape. However, with fear, he still fell to the ground. But unexpectedly behind him, he saw a warrior armed with a sword. Of course, the boy did not understand what kind of person it was, but decided to watch. This unknown man with his luminous blade, without a share of fear, rushed at the monster. And in the end, he managed to cut the monster into pieces with one blow. This man used the technique of dissecting demons, and it was obvious where she got such a title. As a result, the boy witnessed how it is possible to defeat such a monster with one blow. He with admiration, but also cautiously continued to look at such a great warrior. But at that moment, turning to the hero, he asked him to introduce himself. Obviously, Li Yun did not understand how memories could react to his presence. Before he could answer, the man already wanted to know why the boy came here. After that, he sent a blade at him and explained that he decided to merge over him. He would not feel pain, but he would go back. And in the end, indeed, the next time he opened his eyes, he was in the very basement. Looking at his still shaking hands, he tried to understand what happened to him. It seemed that until then he felt a pressure that almost nailed him to the ground, and there was a feeling that everything happened to him in fact. However, suddenly he drew attention to the fact that the blade lying on the ground began to hiss and change. And when he raised him the next time, he realized that this was the same weapon. Therefore, without thinking twice, he immediately cut his finger with this dagger. And dousing him with blood, he decided to become the governor of the 100th troops. As soon as a drop of blood hit the sword, he immediately shone brightly, responding to his call. Thus, the hero managed to tame this blade and become his master. Immediately after that, he decided to check the changeable abilities of this gun. And after the first pair of movements, he was convinced that it was the same unlimited blade. Of course, as soon as the boy returned home, he immediately began training with his new blade. However, he did not succeed, despite the fact that a week had already passed, how he had gained an unlimited blade. After a trip to a secret weapons warehouse, he turned it into a ring so that no one would have guessed that he had for value with him. Nevertheless, he was worried about what happened then in the warehouse. The blow that the person demonstrated was called a dissecting demon. He showed him this gift and told his name, but he must have thought that he was still early to study such movements, and therefore sent him back. In addition, that warrior, in addition to his extraordinary power, also demonstrated extraordinary grace. Unfortunately, the boy was still not capable of this. But in any case, he was only 9 years old, which means that he had nowhere to rush. In a past life, he was a shame in the family. He could not even study the foundations of family military crafts. And although he studied only the first technique, it was the first time he touched the ancient martial arts. This time, repeating again as a check, he was sure that he could repeat it because he exactly remembered all the movements of that person. However, suddenly he realized that there would be no particular sense from this. Nevertheless, now he was in the body of the child, not an adult. So if he tries to repeat the movement of an adult, in fact it will not give him anything. Therefore, he decided to improve this technique, adapting it to his children's body. It was impossible to rush in this matter. Everything should look natural. Therefore, he decided to handle his blade, as it will be convenient for its growth and weight. He directed the first blow straight to the ground. Looking at what the crater formed from this, the boy was clearly amused. This all indicated that he already seemed to advance in the right direction. Now he only needed to adopt to effectively use his mana in battle. He tried to do everything for a long time as he learned in his past life, but nothing happened. There was a feeling that he seemed to forget something very important. Realizing that he had no choice but to continue his attempts, he trained diligently. However, at that moment, a dark-haired beauty with some kind of unkind smile watched him. And when the hero made receptions again and again, she intervened, grabbing his blade. The woman was clearly wondering how the boy recognized all these tricks. Li Yun was clearly scared at first, but when he saw the dark hair and yellow eyes of a woman, she realized that she was someone from their family. It seemed that even the lady herself was surprised that Li Yun did not know her. Although, in principle, this was not surprising, given how rarely she left the house. After that, smiling sweetly and expressively, the girl asked the boy to introduce herself. Hearing Li Yun's name, she dupemed him, surprised at his unusual name, after which she introduced herself. Her name was Jian Ha. Only then the hero realized that it was his father's younger sister. Once the advisor explained to him that the girl was not like everyone else, and Li Yuna really did not like it. However, the boy in this woman was embarrassed by completely different. While she circled him, she dropped to the ground, it seems, without realizing how much the power she had. But still, after all the greetings were over, Ant returned to her original issue. She clearly needed to know where the boy knew the reception he did. But before answering, the hero wanted to know what the purpose of the question she asked. The reason was that the woman clearly recognized ancient martial arts in this technique, and she was very fond of this topic and was curious. After that, taking out a book from wide sleeves, she said that in ancient times, giant monsters lived on the ground. After that, the woman handed the young man a book that she carried with her as a precious gift to his nephew. The young warrior immediately revealed the ancient pages with genuine admiration and plunged into reading. Although the handwriting in this manuscript was not easy to make out, the content clearly concerned the mana control technique. In addition, priceless data and samples of art of the highest level were collected there. This made it clear that the rumors that went about his aunt were probably evil inventions. At this moment, the mentor, with no less enthusiasm, indicated to the hero one of the records regarding the ancient mana management technique through energy channels. In the past, channels and meridians were used exclusively for this. Modern techniques suggested that the center of storage of energy is in the heart. However, an experienced woman clearly did not agree that ancient techniques were outdated. Li Yang admitted to himself that he had not thought about this before, but it seems that his aunt was convinced that the ancient energy management techniques exceeded modern. There were very few materials on this topic, and she devoted herself to the search for lost knowledge. Strengthening and transformation of energy is just one of those techniques that was necessary to control an unlimited sword. For this reason, the heir asked the mentor to wait, and he rushed to his blade. He began to gradually distribute Manu from the heart throughout the body. Then he allowed her to return back, but at the same time so that the energy remains in the channels. This was exactly the knowledge that he lacked to understand the reception of that mysterious person. Therefore, decisively swinging, the young swordsman believed even more in his strength. As a result, from his blow, the earth scattered into the smallest fragments. It seems that even Jian Haiyan did not expect such a result, frozen with her eyes wide open from amazement. After that, the mentor immediately ran to her nephew. After all, she understood that he mastered the technique of strengthening and obviously wanted to know how he managed to crank up. The woman demanded immediate explanations. However, the young man clearly did not want to do this. The reason for the concern of the lady was that the young warrior was able to carry out this technique after studying her notes. This was literally the result of all her research. For more than 10 years, she was looking for a way to master the technique of amplification, even after she was expelled from the clan. Therefore, the wise woman asked the hero to tell her at least a little. Ready to lay out everything in spirit, the heir demanded 3 promises from her. The first concerned that she would not talk about him with anyone without his permission, including her uncle and father. The whole reason is that he did not tolerate when he was fucked behind him. An experienced mentor did not argue, because the boy's feelings were extremely familiar to her. She did not even notice sadness, who for a moment lit up her face. The second promise was that the mistress would no longer lie to him, because relatives should trust each other. Of course, the woman did not really like it. However, she gave a promise and wanted to listen to the third demand. Just the third requirement was the most important of all. From that event, a whole long year passed, and the young man continued to improve his sword as stubbornly. And then one day, his faithful nanny ran to the young master with an important notice. Obviously, not only the pupil, but his aunt was interested in what was so significant. However, instead of long explanations, Ha grabbed the young man addressed to him. The mentor looked at the message with curiosity while the hero studied him. This was an order to appear at the ceremony. However, to surprise, the signature was not the patriarch, but the deputy father. It seemed strange to the young man, given the fact that his parent was on the estate, and he did not hear that he was going to some expedition. At this moment, Jian Ha could not stand it. She literally boiled with indignation. As it turned out, the wise woman had just begun to master the techniques that her nephew taught her, and could not allow him to leave for various matters. Therefore, she even begged him not to go anywhere. Approximately at this pace, they have jointly studied the mana management techniques. Modern methods suggest that the center of energy accumulation is a heart. while ancient techniques suggest uniform energy accumulation through all channels. As a result, they together managed to create a new way that took the best from both techniques. An experienced mentor has repeatedly admitted to the pupil that it was a cherished dream to connect these two techniques. Now they could store mana in the heart and in channels for greater efficiency. Thanks to this technique, the heir surpassed his peers, who used only modern methods. However, his aunt was clearly hard to accept that he should leave and come to the ceremony. Nevertheless, the young man promised that the ceremony would not last too long, and soon he would return to resume their work. Of course, the lady was worried, because she knew that the pupil would have more training in the future. However, the young swordsman promised her that he would combine training with the study of mana techniques. Soon, along with the 8th princess of the family, he went to a test, where they had to resist the onslaught of magic attacks for half an hour. The commander of the detachment of the Bloody Tiger carefully watched the test itself. In fact, an experienced warrior did not put any hopes on an illegitimate son. This offspring, unlike legal children, was not provided with any training. However, to the great surprise of the commander, right now the young man repelled magical attacks with the help of mana control. He even managed to get distracted to look at the mentor directly into the eyes. This made it clear that the young warrior was clearly impudent. He decided to compete with the 8th heiress, evaluating his abilities, because he planned to undergo tests at a higher level. However, at the beginning of the commander, it was clearly annoyed that the young man was forgotten. He was just an illegitimate son, a younger offspring of the clan. Nevertheless, now the illegitimate was so confident and focused that he proved his unusual giftedness, so calling him a geek was even inappropriate. Therefore, even the captain decided in the future to rethink everything that the young man thought about this earlier. He also decided to do everything possible to teach him well, and not just for the sake of a regular ceremony. Finally, the test was completed, and the hero brilliantly passed it. However, he was clearly amazed that his family served magical attacks on the children completely, arguing this with a desire to increase their stability. However, today's training gave him more than just testing his abilities. After he completed the test, the commander even approached him, from whom he certainly did not expect an apology. In addition, the tone of his voice has changed dramatically. Finally, when all the things were over, the young man decided to relax calmly. However, the older sister blocked the road to him, who also tried to hit the young man. After that, the direct heiress called the hero with a geek and demanded that he immediately go to talk to her. The heir easily repulsed the attack of a relative, but first I decided to find out what she wanted from him. This, of course, could not but offend the daughter of the patriarch, so she reminded that she was a legitimate heiress, while the young warrior was in this house by anyone. After that, the young man had any desire to talk with this person, so he explained that he had no time, he was about to leave. Obviously, the girl was angry that some miserable bastard dared to ignore her. Therefore, she prepared to inflict a blow to the hero using mana. Of course, before that, the young swordsman simply wanted to leave peacefully, but they literally left him no choice. Therefore, evading the attack, he immediately grabbed his older sister. After that, calmly looking at her, he warned that if she plans to roll up a hysteria, then it was better for her to go to her mother. He was busy and did not tolerate when someone took his time. Immediately after the said, the heir threw the girl away from himself as if a boring toy. However, the young lady continued to blame her younger brother in her problems. Indeed, due to the fact that he showed in the ritual, she was constantly compared with the hero. She did not understand why he simply could not but stick out, as appropriate to other illegitimate children. And it seemed to her dishonest because she could not eat how much she wanted. She was engaged in training every day. This seemed unfair, given that the heir was just born gifted. Obviously, the hero understood that it was simply convenient for a girl to blame her problems on someone, and although he was an illegitimate son, he could not afford the luxury in which Lee lived. All that he could advise her: if you do not like to get up early, do not go to bed at all, and if you do not want to eat meager food, let him refuse it, and if she hated him like that, she could do everything to surpass him. Of course, the heiress could not help absorb such arrogant words. Therefore, she only swore that when they would meet next time, she would necessarily surpass him and also make him apologize. The young warrior only smiled, asking his sister to make every effort to make such a day once. Events moved to the 7th training room, which only direct heirs could use. There was just a nanny who was waiting for her pupil. However, the clan matriarch suddenly appeared, Lee-back Grand Yanya. She asked the nanny to leave because she wanted to stay alone with her daughter. When an influential woman entered the training room, she noticed a girl, in every possible way honing her tricks. Therefore, going up to her, the matriarch decided to find out what her daughter was doing. In fact, the mistress appeared here, since she was reported to her that in training Lee had enough showed herself worse than that geek. The mother made it clear with an incinerating gaze that she, being a purebred heiress, should crush her rivals. Of course, her parent was disappointed and invited her daughter to abandon the warrior's path. It was evident that whether the young did this only to please her mother. However, it seems that she was already tired of these miserable attempts. Of course, the heiress perfectly understood that the mother believes she trains only because she is forced, but in fact, now the girl was practicing because she herself wanted it. She promised to win over that geek at all costs, not because the mother wanted so much, but because she wanted it so. An influential woman was clearly disappointed that her daughter motivated herself with a rivalry with such a bastard. And after that, the girl even stumbled, not knowing what to tell her. Pecunia only leaned toward her daughter and reminded that she was the legitimate heiress of the clan, and she and the illegitimate son were in a completely different position. Therefore, whether the young must be above him, and this was not even discussed, she certainly could not compete with him on equal terms. For this reason, the matriarch gave her daughter an ampule with the poison of deadly mora. And she explained that if the girl could not surpass her opponent, then it was necessary to destroy him. These were the rules of the game in this family. Soon, the Ga stopped the results of testing its ward. However, everywhere the young man was occupied by the general first rank. Therefore, hugging the pupil, the faithful nanny praised the young master for what he achieved everything and so brilliantly coped with all the trials. However, unexpectedly too interrupted when he heard some strange noise behind the doors. As it turned out, Jian Hen flew at all pairs to work out again with his nephew. Of course, the hero tried to explain that he had just returned from an exhausting training. However, a wise mentor recalled that mana techniques help relieve fatigue. Obviously, the young man had never heard of this, but it was not surprising, because such a statement was just an excuse for an experienced woman. In any case, she was lucky, since the pupil did not object. After all, he had something to show his aunt. And soon the mentor, losing her mouth, listened to how the boy managed to get the first star. As a rule, the study of mana techniques is divided into 3 stages. The stage of the iron body, at which a person strengthens his physical shape. The stage of Qigong, at which mana herself is transformed. And the stage of superpowers, when the level of ownership of techniques allows you to demonstrate what is inaccessible to a common person. But the method developed by the ant was radically different. Even at the first stage, it was possible to achieve superpowers. Therefore, the wise woman divided the stages of studying mana techniques into stars. Soon she had already checked the air lay and definitely realized that he had reached the level of the first star. Of course, she was interested in how he so quickly mastered the direction of energy through the channels, because she thought that he would have to work on this for at least another year. Obviously, the hero learned this thanks to heavy and harsh training. In addition, he managed to maintain control over his heart and channels at the same time, because of which he almost violated the balance. However, as it turned out, it was unnecessary, because mana is like water, it has natural fluidity, and their bodies were arranged as vessels for mana. And the most amazing thing is that from this point of view, Ant never examined the body. But now that the hero revealed this truth to her, she realized that it was possible and she could reach this level. The young warrior was really happy for the mentor who understood everything so quickly. And soon an experienced woman ran to her pet and hugged him tightly. Then she caught fire to the idea of starting movement to the level of 2 stars. However, not seeing the hero's special enthusiasm, the wise ant explained that the level of the first star does not mean at all that he had already reached the stage of the iron body. Then they decided to find out that the pupil is best, and of course, he was going to name the techniques of fencing. As if having read his thoughts, the mentor immediately began to argue. The young man tried to explain that his aunt did not even see him in fencing training, but as it turned out, when she was especially bored, she looked at him. And therefore, she believed that the ward ability for magic was much more outstanding than owning a sword. And it seemed that it was the mana technique that was his strength. Lee had an incredible talent for the mana technique. Everything else did not go with this comparison. But she has not yet managed to teach anyone to teach the technique of mana, all people through this matter. Of course, such a talent was amazing for a person who in a past life absolutely did not possess. But the ant was convinced that the hero needed to make every effort to earn a 2nd star. After all, if he can do this, then the test ceremony will be some kind of light walk for him. Therefore, an experienced woman decided from this moment to teach the hero real techniques and asked him to be more attentive. And whether the heir agreed, caught in enthusiasm. However, he suddenly noticed a strange box that Ant dragged with her and how she looked at him cunningly. After that, the wise mentor instantly climbed into this box and almost killed the hero with a bullet flying straight into his head. Of course, Ant released this bullet in order to demonstrate that she brought a whole box of metal nuclei. She wanted her ward to learn how to manage mana in motion, because it is the most useless of possible activities to control mana standing. Then, smiling slightly, she suggested that he start their lesson. Well, of course, in addition to classes with Jian Ha, whether the young had other compulsory training. And in one of the days, the leader of the Blood Tiger detachment appeared in front of Him Zhang Quan. He immediately explained to the children that he would teach them the martial arts of the venerable clan Lei. After that, the harsh warrior invited the remaining heirs to choose their own weapons and approach it. They had only a minute to decide on the choice, so everyone immediately rushed to the stands. The first thing, Lei grabbed her sword and stared at the hero as if she wanted to tell him something. In fact, she was interested in what weapon an illegitimate brother would choose for himself. However, that it was very surprised. He chose not a blade at all, but 3 completely different weapons. Obviously, Zhang Quan did not understand such a move, because he clearly said to choose a weapon that students used most often. However, it was these 3 weapons that were those that the young man used regularly. Of course, this could not but surprise the commander. But in the end, without believing the hero, he considered him a fool and even regretted that he had previously had a good opinion about him. After that, an experienced warrior took up his spear, asking the children to remember everything he would say now. The first is that he will teach their martial arts of the clan, but it will not be ordinary racks or any tricks. The clan had secret knowledge about techniques called educational. And since the kids had to know the basics, it was time to teach them the 6th feeling that had to be awakened. Just the same he planned to do here. And a strict mentor warned the students that it was better for them to arouse this 6th feeling as soon as possible. Looking at how Zhang Quan accepted the combat rack, Li was clearly strained, not understanding what he was planning to do. And the hero did not have time to warn the girl, so that she was preparing for the attack. The harsh warrior was directly on him. And although the young man was ready for this, he still flew away from the first attack to the other side of the training site. But despite this, Zhang Quan was amazed after all. The boy still managed to put the block. The hero, after his fall, landed on his feet, only indignant at the fact that he would have to go through all these blows again and again. He remembered very well that in his past life, he could not stand these training. This time, rushing into battle, the young warrior was sure that everything would be different. However, no matter how many days they train, anyway, both the hero and his sister often received in the face. And in the end, at this pace of training has passed for a whole month. After all these exercises, they constantly remained fractures and even damage to internal organs. Of course, this is not the type of training that should happen with a 10-year-old child, but whether the heir tried not to whine, but on the contrary, to master the teachings of their mentor. Somewhere at that moment, Li had finally recovered. She lost consciousness for 22nd time, while a young warrior lost consciousness only 16 times. Looking at them, the teacher saw that the 8th heiress had high endurance. He sometimes used power even beyond measure, but she had never received serious damage. As for the illegitimate son from the first day, he felt something special in him. First, the commander took him for a fool because he brought several types of weapons at once, but as it turned out, the young man really possessed them equally good. A month passed, and it seems that they finally began to understand something. For this reason, the harsh teacher invited them to continue the lesson and return to their original positions. At some point, when the children were already quite exhausted, a plan came to the hero's head. He asked Li to do the favor of him, and according to his signal, was detained by Zhang Van Block. Of course, she could not do this, but the illegitimate brother had an idea at least once to give a mentor a worthy rebuff. Before agreeing, the girl only wanted to know if the hero was sure of this. Then she rushed into battle, reminding that the debt would remain for Young. The pupil also followed, realizing that at his level, he had not the slightest chance to defeat such a strong fighter. But there were 2 of them, and at least he could take advantage of this in order to strike a response. Of course, Zhang Quan was surprised that this time they decided to work as a team. It was a good idea, but only on condition that they would succeed. As a result, the commander easily repelled the first attack on him. Then I followed to finish off the enemy. At that moment, in a jump on Zhang Van, she attacked Li and Li with a formidable fighting cry. Looking at their confrontation, the hero understood that a worthy rebuff could give an opponent in only one way. Therefore, I finally decided to wrap my blade by mana, all in order to make the strongest attack that this blade gave. For this reason, the young warrior rose to his enemy with the attack of a cutting demon. Zhang Quan tried to defend himself from him with a spear. However, deviating, the hero crept up to him from below, after which he hit straight with his fist. Obviously, as expected, the teacher managed to reflect it. However, at the moment when he squeezed the young man's hand, he felt something was amiss. Blood poured out of his mouth. After that, the mentor threw him into the wall, because of which the young warrior began to burst into blood. The teacher only approached the guy with a smile, explaining that he had enough 37 days for such a period. He finally managed to arouse his sixth feeling in himself. However, an experienced warrior perfectly understood the guy still has a lot to learn. After that, he also instantly neutralized the young man's sister, suggesting today to complete the training. At that moment, the girl continued to scold her brother, but she believed him, and in the end he failed them. Zhang Quan, leaving, looked at his palm. He had to use Manu, and whether the air still managed to break through his block and leave the mark. In fact, the commander had a rule not to use mana, but this time, although a little. He was really proud of his student, who finally understood what the battle tactics were, and he understood the older brothers would need to be afraid of him. As a result, on the 47th day of training, she managed to arouse the sixth feeling and lead drag. On this, the teacher completed the work with them, and the young warrior had time to relax and understand the knowledge gained. However, while he was at home, something that the young man clearly did not expect. For some reason, his older brother came to him, Mern Zhang, in order to talk to him face to face. This guy was the first heir in the family. He received the title Double Star, had a second rank in martial arts and in magic. People either respected him or were afraid, but for Bastard, he was the only beloved brother. So he came to talk with the younger and simultaneously apologized for not having previously paid attention to him because of his affairs. In addition, it was clearly the elder surprised that his brother, who sees him for the first time, recognized him so quickly. The hero only smiled because it was not strange, although they were consolidated brothers, but still he could not forget what his older brother looked like. It seems that the influential older brother really hurt how the young warrior spoke of himself, and Myun Zhang recalled that for him, this boy was no different from other brothers and sisters. In fact, he was unbearably sad that a young man, who had not yet passed the sacred ceremony of the name, was so insecure in himself. In addition, the first heir urgently asked for an illegitimate brother to avoid excessive formalities when communicating with him. After all, they were not strangers. And the pupil of the family Lei was really amazed that his older brother remained as the same kind-hearted and noble guy. As it turned out, in honor of their first long-awaited meeting, Mern Zhang even brought a precious gift for the younger. He acquired it in France when he studied at the prestigious Eiffel College of Magic, and sincerely believed that this amazing find would be more useful than him. After that, the elder removed the miraculous medicine called the Nectar of the Gods from the secret pocket. And Bastard Rod Li was well aware that it was the most expensive healing potion in the whole famous world. The skillful magicians of France are able to produce only half a liter a year of this priceless elixir. Therefore, sincerely admiring such a truly precious find, a young warrior with all his heart thanked his generous older brother. However, he at the same instant has changed noticeably in his face. It seemed to him that the younger one was completely different from the rest of the offspring of their family. All their brothers and sisters saw exclusively their opponent in him. The first heir was not used to such an attitude, but was sincerely glad that his brother was not like all other relatives. However, the young swordsman made it clear to Mern Zhang that he was clearly mistaken about him. He could not say with a clear conscience that he did not see his formidable opponent in his older brother. Still, a young warrior was well aware that they were the heirs of a powerful clan Lei and simply could not help but compete with each other. Therefore, the illegitimate son urged that his brother would not underestimate him. It is possible that he will grow up and become his most dangerous opponent. The hero solemnly promised that in the future they will have honest and noble competition. Similar sincere words were very amused by the senior heir. He even affectionately stroked the boy on the head and solemnly promised that he would patiently wait for the significant day when his younger brother would become his most formidable rival. And the first heir was completely sincerely glad that he managed to talk heart to heart with his brother, to whom he was far from indifferent. Yunzhang solemnly promised that this time he would certainly protect him from all other envious relatives. So the measured and relatively calm life of a young warrior lasted several more serene days. And finally, the long-awaited time came for the second stage of the holy celebration ceremony, named after the venerable clan. Therefore, young heirs solemnly took out with her sister to a mysterious red-blue island. On this truly mystical island, the amazing color of the soil radically changes depending on the concentration of mana in the air. From the time immemorial, it was here that the most sacred ceremonies of the powerful clan were held here. And the accompanying people decided to thoroughly explain to the children what exactly awaits them on this harsh test. At this decisive stage of the ceremony, the young heirs were supposed to survive together on this wild and inhospitable island for 3 weeks. This would certainly show their true stamina of the spirit. He also solemnly issued special magic objects that can help track their exact location. They were categorically impossible to remove under any circumstances. Also, formidable members of the elite detachment of Dark Swords solemnly promised to take the subjects exactly 3 weeks later from this fateful moment. And soon cordially wished good luck to the brother and sister. They were planted on a completely deserted island, shrouded in mysterious and sinister fog. As soon as they turned out to be completely alone among the wild and inhospitable nature, Lee grabbed extremely uncertainly to her brother. The insightful young warrior was sincerely amazed that she needed so much precious time to finally decide to speak with him. In fact, since they were trained together, he clearly felt that she persistently wanted to say something important to him, but she did not dare so decisively. It seems that the 8th heiress was sincerely surprised at how an illegitimate brother guessed everything so easily. However, for him it was quite obvious as a clear sunny day. Therefore, the generous young swordsman decided to give the girl the long-awaited opportunity to completely speak out. Immediately after that, she gave a barely noticeable signal, carefully touching her elegant precious brooch. This literally meant that he immediately took off his watch and carefully removed them to his reliable pocket. Finally, when everything was carefully done, and the hero was completely ready to listen to her carefully, then the heiress showed him a small glass bottle, which not so long ago personally handed her powerful and influential mother personally handed her. And she made it clear that it was a deadly poison under the ominous name Sleepy Morok. This insidious and vile poison acted exclusively on children under the age of 15. If you leave the bottle open for only 5 minutes, it will completely and without a trace evaporate. As far as the young warrior knew from the stories of her mother, he for a long time deprives the unhappy person of the opportunity to use precious mana. And it is quite obvious that the pupil persistently wanted to know where exactly the sister got this deadly poison. But she did not reveal this dark secret so categorically. After that, the 8th heiress resolutely threw the ampule into the hard ground, and she spilled, smashing to smallest sharp fragments. In such a cunning way, the girl completely escaped any incriminating evidence. After that, she extremely seriously turned to her brother and solemnly swore that she would certainly overcome him in this cruel competition exclusively honestly, without any vile tricks and insidious tricks, and categorically would not poison him. Therefore, the noble heiress urgently asked that the young warrior be treated with the upcoming competition with all possible seriousness. After some time, deep thought, when the young man did not even know what to say, a sincere smile appeared on his noble lips. Even if the older sister had not told him anything at all, he already treated her as a worthy and serious opponent. After that, a curious girl thoroughly asked if her brother had all the vital things and offered to go to the mysterious center of the island, where, according to ominous legends, there is the most dangerous and terrible place. It seemed to the young warrior that the sister was worried about him, and a friendly dispute began between them. While they bounced suddenly heard the wild howl of unknown animals. Immediately after that, the whole dispute was removed like a hand. Therefore, Lee grabbed her brother not to die on this island, after which she hit the road. The hero looked for a long time at his sisters retreating back, but he was not going to walk along the shore all the time. For this reason, the illegitimate son was going to go right now to the very heart of this island. All this time, the heirs were watched with the help of magic crystals, and the 8th excellently coped with her task. She had already completed the first part, hunting for wild animals. In addition, during the hunt, she managed to kill a lot of different monsters. Although this was her first real battle, the young warrior acted with amazing confidence. However, it seems that the wise elder was the only one who did not look surprised. Given that the girl had already awakened her 6th feeling, she was literally created for success. In addition, the old man was pleased with the idea that the heiress was able to achieve such a result in 47 days. Then Zhang Quan spoke, explaining that the 8th was not so purposeful at the beginning of their training. He expected the girl to reach enlightenment after at least 2 months of training. Of course, the young warrior was gifted, but there was nothing unusual in her. However, some motivated her to achieve the goal much earlier, and of course, it was about the ninth issue, a young heir to Li Yuna. The elder, watching the boy through the magic crystal, wanted to understand what he was up to, and what was he looking for, a place for a safe overnight. Many observers considered that the guy a coward, if he was looking for comfort in this test, were disappointed with this behavior of an illegitimate heir. Everyone fell silent only when the first heir to the clan spoke. He made it clear that this island is a dangerous environment, and even finding a safe place was a visionary solution that did not deserve censure. Immediately after these words, the observers awkwardly coughed and laughed, and also apologized that their expectations of a relatively young warrior were overstated thanks to the success of the eighth heiress. The elder, watching the screens, recalled that being mediocre for their kind is a grave sin. And many agreed with him. Still, the heirs of a respected clan do not have the right to be like ordinary mortals. But obviously, the first heir was angry with the idea that people were mocking the child for who he was born from. And Mernjong believed that their family fell too low, and perhaps he was mistaken, their family was so on the very foundation. However, he was still interested in what his younger brother was planning, because he walked straight to the center of the island. Therefore, the senior heir began to look anxiously, looking for confirmation of his anxiety. And seeing his uncle frightened, he realized that he was not the only one who considers this trip to the center of the island madness. Everyone was interested in what this little one conceived, but he really found himself a spacious cave among the cliffs. First of all, the young survivor smoked medicinal herbs inside it. And then he built impromptu doors, closing the passage. So it was obvious he built a good shelter and knew how to hide well. However, the most amazing happened later, because the magic crystal recorded how the young man takes off his watch. After that, he put them and covered them with a sheet, so that there was definitely nothing to be visible and heard to the observers. Obviously, Mernjong and Uncle Jihanan were frightened by what was happening, while Chun Quan only laughed, realizing that he never cheated on his young and was, as always, unpredictable. However, as it turned out, the boy wanted to do something that he did not want the others to see. After all, now he will be able to get his legendary boundless sword, which was lurking in his ring. After all, finally, without surveillance, he will be able to do whatever he wants. In addition, the time has come to hunt local game. What he caught and tried to cook clearly did not cause appetite. Honestly, it did not look at all like exquisite tea from mana leaves. In a past life, he did not even have gold on a simple elixir. Therefore, when he was expelled from the family, he had to learn a lot from what was on the way. He was also lucky that the wise aunt said that on this island, there was an abundance of rare mana plants, and asked to use this opportunity to increase her energy potential. Therefore, despite the dubious appearance of this brew, the hero decided to drink all the disgusting tea. However, as soon as the bowl was drained, the young warrior threw back the pan away with disgust. He really drank such muck that he almost spilled out all the contents of the stomach. It was this that was the beginning of his 3-week battle for survival on a wild island. On the 18th day of the ceremony, events moved to the office of Mernjong. While he was working with his documents, an alarming guest suddenly came to him. As soon as he entered, it immediately became obvious that he brought him unkind. This was the deputy captain of the Yungkook detachment, who was subordinate to Mernjong, and he came to convey that a large group of unknown persons crossed the northern border of the Republic of Korea. He expected that they would begin to repair unrest in settlements, but so far uninvited guests have not taken hostile actions. The problem was that in just 2 days the walking were sacred springs with a concentrated mana of the clan. Their actions were strange, because usually the robbers terrorized distant settlements. It became obvious that such hyenas would never have entered the territory of the clan without a certain plan. The deputy warned that the image of ordinary wanderers could be deceptive. There was probably some kind of power behind them. And as it turned out, the first sun was already reported that the Kowloon group was gathering forces in the north border region. Kowloon 9 Dragons, a large criminal group that ruling on the central plain. They rarely provoke the clan, invading their lands. The last time this happened 7 years ago. So the heir suspected that there was a leak of information that the patriarch had been on the estate because it was a right time to attack, and he wanted to know if this information is known to their scouts. As it turned out, the personal unit of Mernjong learned about this before official intelligence, since their master ordered to carefully monitor the situation. Therefore, the first heir decided to share this information with intelligence and work together, learning more details. After all, he had a foreboding that it was not just a gangster sortie. Of course, he would like to make a mistake, especially in such troubled times. At this time, in an unknown area, hidden in a thick moor, often an ancient forest, a mystical magic circle suddenly shone on Earth. After that, the entire space around was shown with an ominous red color, and the reality itself literally cracked. A dark-haired man came out of this otherworldly breccia, smiling slyly and looking around hissly wary. An uninvited guest understood that only 2 nights would be enough for him to complete his bloody task. After all, this was enough to eliminate only one interfering geek. At this time, as if nothing had happened, the young heir continued to fulfill his task to survive on a wild island. Soon he met a worthy adversary, a monster of the dragon's family of the 7th rank under the formidable name of Draco. And the pupil did not cuddle from him to run away from him. Proudly standing opposite the monster with his faithful sword in his hands, the young warrior was ready for a deadly battle. The monster, without thinking twice, immediately decided to incinerate such an arrogant mouse with his all-aggravating fire. From this deadly attack, the guy deftly dodged, after which he quickly carried into battle on the dragon, who had not yet had time to notice him. And very soon the young warrior jumped on him, using the destructive technique of the dissecting demon. As a result, for one powerful blow, the monster was defeated and frozen to the ground. Only after that the boy managed to catch his breath, because although the battle ended quickly, it was really powerful creatures. If he ran into a similar enemy in the early days of arrival on the island, then the dragon would have killed him from one blow. So he spent 15 days of dragon hunting in the heart of the Red-Blue Island, but staying here was too long, a waste of precious time. In addition, this was not the only goal for which he came to these dangerous places. However, suddenly the heir sniffed, feeling some suspiciously strange smell. For this reason, he carefully hid among the bushes, and carefully not leaning out, began to look around the situation. And in the end, he turned out to be right. Monsters of the 8th rank, reptiloids, appeared on the noise. Already from yesterday, something strange began to happen. These reptilians constantly came across him, although they usually live closer to the coastline, and when he tried to enter the battle with them, they rushed into a panic flight. As far as the hero knew, the reptiloids are poorly developed intelligence. This means that in this case someone controls them. And if so, then he had to find out everything while he was still on the island. When the young warrior again attacked the reptilians, they immediately began to run away with wild screeching screech. This once again gave the boy to make sure of his innocence, and he continued the attack with a vengeance. As a result, most monsters were ruthlessly killed, and Lee understood the heir that the first fright could be attributed to accident, but now he was convinced he had to follow them. For this reason, he deliberately left one reptiloid alive. At this time, the same unknown monk continued to meditate in a secluded place of the island. He ordered his subordinates to be ready and accept the combat construction, because they had to destroy the monstrous offspring of Lee clan. As soon as the surviving reptiloid came to the man, he began to ask how many monsters were able to kill the boy alone. The quantity really struck him, but the monk did not diminish confidence. After all, his goal is just a simple child. In addition, the boy was so inexperienced that he himself went to the obvious trap. This insidious monk was a tamer of monsters named Nisium Shigo. In addition, an experienced man was ready and even prepared spare products that would exclude the failure of the mission. However, he hoped that he would not have to resort to them. At this time, the hero already carefully watched Nisium Shigo and was right. It really was a trap. And the one he saw was a tamer of monsters, given his ability to subjugate wild creatures. However, the pupil was interested in how an outsider could get to the Red-Blue Island. He knew a couple of ways like teleportation, but it only works if someone previously installed a magic circle here. And since this island belonged to the clan Lei, it means that the traitor needs to be sought among his own. Whether the young did not know whether he should immediately inform about this or just wait for reinforcement. However, he realized that while the saviors sail here, it would be too late. All the evidence leading to the customer would become inaccessible. Therefore, he hid his transmitting icon, which all this time translated communication with the main island. And then he used the ancient technique of secrecy. He needed to completely hide his presence so that the enemy could not find him. And now he quickly joined the battle to go with the enemy in one blow. However, in this decisive second, the bird, which is in the hands of Nisium, began to wake up. Then right before how the heir to Lee made a mortal blow, screamed loudly. For this reason, Monster's tamer immediately turned around, realizing that his enemy was somewhere nearby. The young man did not miss the opportunity to attack, although he understood that this enemy had the sixth feeling that could foresee the danger. But in the end, the enemy managed to defend himself from his blow in time with his magical staff. As a result, Nisium Sio became convinced that the illegitimate son of the clan Lei was much stronger than he expected. Therefore, I decided to fight him not directly, but to use his monsters as a cannon meat. However, the hero was not afraid, because he had a suitable trick in order to cope with them. It was a sword of the sun and stars, the third movement called Deep Blue. His blade became like a wave of sea water, which instantly cut down all the monsters of the head. But when he stopped, he realized that he was already paralyzed. The tamer only laughed viciously, rejoicing that now he would finally be able to complete his bloody mission. As it turned out, he imprisoned the boy in the circle of higher magic, which blocked the heart center of mana. Without this source of energy, Lee was already just a powerless boy. And after that, Nishiyama, the shogo, decided to escape, realizing that now his monsters will deal with this guy. However, he did not know that the air was seized, not only by mana in his heart, he gradually drank all his energy channels with her. And in the end, he managed to break out of magic chains. He again gained speed and instantly flew into his enemy. And instructing him, the cut of the blade, asked him to no longer run away from the battlefield. Of course, he did not tell the enemy how he escaped from the magic circle, and also warned that he had already reported on the appearance of a stranger on the island to his relatives. However, it seems that Nishiyama Wugo did not worry much. All that he needed was to destroy the young and finally get his long-awaited freedom. The next moment after this, the hero was attacked by such a powerful force that his battered body flew to the nearest tree. When he crashed into a massive trunk, he almost knocked out several teeth, a blow was so strong. After that, he finally glanced at the enemy who did such a thing with him. It turned out to be a huge size of monster Cherapatch. He was the guard of the island and was called the Turtle Gora. It really was a terrible monster of the 9th rank. And it was surprising that such a third-rate tamer was able to subjugate it. And as if hearing his thoughts, the insidious enemy explained that he could not subordinate the turtle completely, but with a simple order to destroy, it would cope 100%. Therefore, a cunning man asked the boy not to resist anymore and simply accept his sad fate. In the next instant, he pulled out several ancient amulets from his pocket, and he scattered them straight near the body of the unfortunate guy. At that moment, the young warrior tried to somehow calm down and think concentratedly, and I realized that Nishiyama Wu does not hold the turtle under full control. So all he needs is just to kill him, and he had a suitable remedy in order to now heal his wounds, a small elixir, which he prepared just in case. Of course, he did not expect a critical situation to overtake him so quickly. However, this elixir gave a large surge of strength, although its side effects were dangerous. As a result, with the help of a potion, he several times increased the supply of his mana. Then he also decided to call his changed blade. He was very lucky, because the ant taught him the same technique in case of mortal danger. It was a technique of negation of heaven. And then dark energy dancing around his body. Then he instantly broke off, heading for the turtle. Fortunately, having looked at the battlefield, he realized that the turtle mountain from the spell did not suffer in any way. However, with his attack, at least he was able to confuse her. Then he prepared the next blow, putting more strength into it to finally get rid of the enemy. However, as if feeling a mortal danger, a huge turtle growled loudly. Lee knew whether he was her most dangerous technique, a roar from which the blood is crushing in the veins. And in the end, he froze, completely immobilized by the waves of mana emitted by this ancient animal. However, unexpectedly, the black haze began to gather around his chest. Looking around himself, the young warrior realized that his dark energy had opposed the frightening roar. For this reason, he was able to move again and decided not to waste this chance in vain. Turning to his weapon, he asked for an endless blade to help him. After that, he again attacked, using the very first movement of the dissecting demon. Immediately after the attack of the boy's mouth, blood began to ooze, his strength was reduced, and there was not so much time. After all, he knew that as soon as the elixir ceases to act, he would lose his strength due to the overvoltage of mana and the technique of desperation of heaven. He had about 10 seconds left, so he fled in order to find the tamer. When less than 5 seconds remained, he saw something strange on earth. It was a red thread which stood under his feet, going into the unknown. As it turned out, this mystical thread led him straight to his enemy. Therefore, when only 1 second remained, he rushed at him, trying to cut his neck. Soon, when the enemy was destroyed, whether the young decided to take care of himself. After all, if it faints, it will be a real failure. He also listened to the advice of Jian Ha, who asked him to drink an elixir immediately after the use of dangerous equipment. And he was grateful to Myun Zhang, who gave this precious nectar, and to himself that he did not forget to take him. The hero prayed just not to lose consciousness until the monsters have yet arrived in time for their master. However, he lost his mind, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange white space. He was wondering what happened. Did he manage to win what was now with the tamer? However, the next moment he felt the pain, as if his whole body was torn to pieces. For this reason, he had already reconciled, thinking that that was his end. At this time, someone, looking around the boy's body, found a too dangerous creature in him, not understanding how it was in the boy's body. Of course, it would be better to hope that the boy would not win. That would be better for everyone. However, still this one decided to help him, dropping purple crystals to the ground. The boy knew very well that it was a stone of purple twilight. However, this award was not at all for the heir, for the fact that he lives inside him. And this gift was made by the same guardian of the island, an ancient turtle who understood that he had to save a young warrior who would become the beginning of a new era. However, he asked that this era would not absorb it completely. When the hero came to his senses at the next moment, he saw an worried older sister over himself. Lee called her by name, which very much offended the girl, but she still decided to write off this misunderstanding for her brother's serious condition. At this moment, despite the fact that a young warrior did not have a single bone or a single muscle left without damage, somehow his potential of mana accumulation increased significantly. This made him understand that it seems that he ate in his strange dream really helped him. After that, the young warrior calmly explained to his sister that he had several torn canals of mana, a slight damage to internal organs, cracks in each bone and muscle tears, but I wrote it off as trifles. He watched surprised, but it seems even a worn out. The hero understood that initially it was she who was supposed to get the legendary stone of violet twilight. This is a miraculous elixir that increases physical strength, the potential of mana, and also gives immunity to poisons and curses. It was behind him that he sailed to the island. But at that moment, the older brother already joined them. Looking around the younger, the first heir was worried about his injuries and brought a special medicine with him to put the boy in order. Of course, Lee wanted to refuse, but seeing his brother's sincere concern, he still decided to drink for his spiritual calm. At that moment, Myunjong turned to his younger sister and asked her to leave them for a short while. As soon as the girl left, an influential older brother vowed that if the younger was killed, he would put his whole life to erase from the face of the earth those who did it, no matter how powerful they may be. In addition, he believed what the younger brother committed, incredible even by the standards of Lee clan, and recognized him as a true warrior, but as a brother still did not approve of such reckless heroism. The young man only embarrassedly rubbed his head because he had no idea that the enemy was so dangerous. If he knew about it, then of course he would have waited for reinforcements in the person of Myunjong. And obviously the first heir was pleased that the younger brother knew what he was capable of, but for what did not. But at that moment, the young warrior turned to his brother with a request to find out who this tamer of monsters was and all other information about him. After all, it was he who managed to defeat him. In principle, an older brother expected about a similar question. He said that this tamer was a former 5th rank exorcist from Japan, who was in the Orima order, from where he was excluded with a shame for the practice of prohibited magic. The one who hired it, apparently, arrived on the island, waited until the ancient turtle has fallen asleep, and drew a circle of dark magic. The customer wanted to arrange everything as if the heir was killed by the turtle Gora. However, the pupil realized that his older brother could have already guessed who was this insidious customer, but as it turned out, due to the fact that the tamer was at the last outburst, it was extremely difficult to get any information from it. And then finally, the hero guessed that the ultimate goal for the murder was not at all, namely his older brother. After all, then they would say that Myunjong was to blame for letting the traitor into the clan and did not take the necessary measures in time. This would greatly harm his impeccable reputation. And in principle, these words sounded sensibly, even from such a child. The first heir also did not convince him that the boy was mistaken. However, he asked him not to worry, because a couple of scratches on the reputation of Myunjong would not hurt him at all. But now he could not be excommunicated from the estate for a long time, so he had to return. He could not stay here yet. But it seems that younger brother was not going to let her older brother so easily. He asked him to stay and concluded a kind of deal with him. The illegitimate son proposed to testify that Myunjong initially knew who the traitor was and wanted to expose him. They will pretend that all this time the young man acted on his orders. Indeed, in this way they will give the impression that the first heir knew about what even intelligence did not notice. Of course, it would be better for a pupil to tell the truth for the good of the pupil. However, the young warrior imagined that, when someone found out that he had done something incredible, he would hate him even more and pay attention to him. And finally, Mernzhang realized that the deal was in equal exchange, beneficial for them. In return, the boy wanted his brother as a bonus to allow him access to the Holy Library for only 3 days. Of course, although he usually could not allow this, he still agreed to this deal, and also thanked the hero for his proposal. Although the first heir understood that the situation was more profitable for him, because his younger brother would somehow get out of this situation. At that moment, the elder brother's phone began to call. It was time for him to return. However, before leaving, he also returned his blade to the boy. And he promised that he would pretend that he had never seen this sword. Of course, the hero was surprised that his brother knew everything, but decided to keep silent, although he was no less grateful. When they finished the conversation, the older sister finally returned. Therefore, she wanted to discuss which test room to go, because 3 weeks have already passed, and the rooms should be open. After that, the girl herself boasted that she would go to the most difficult of the rooms, the so-called Room of Obsession. Whether the heir decided that he would go to the Internal Struggle Room. Obviously, the 8th heiress was surprised, because I had never heard of such a room, and even considered that it was one of the rooms located near the shore. However, hearing that her guesses were true, she was clearly disappointed in her brother. Previously, she considered him much stronger and thought that he would never slip from the center of the island. However, now they have nothing to talk about. Watching how the disappointed sister leaves, the young warrior realized that she believes he chose the test easier. Due to the erroneous opinion that the complexity of the test is determined by the location of the room, she could think what she wanted, even if she was mistaken. After all, the illegitimate son was not going to make excuses to anyone. For this reason, he began to rummage around in search of the very room. In a last life, he accidentally went into the cave, where the second test of the naming ceremony was held. This was the very room of the internal struggle. For this reason, he spread his fire in order to light a torch. Looking around the cave, she looked like just rocky walls. However, this was a deceptive first impression. Therefore, the hero took out the sword and began to cut the walls to the right and left. And finally, he saw a huge metal door. It was just what he expected to see here, and for which he came. After that, without thinking twice, with his sword, he inflicted a small wound in his palm to flow to his blood. And with this scarlet blood, he splashed straight on the door standing ahead. As soon as the blood fell into the metal gates, they immediately shone brightly with mystical light, after which they opened slowly with an ominous creak. And then the hero finally saw that ancient dungeon, where he went for so long, and went straight to the stone pedestal with a concave ritual dagger. Stepping closer, he saw a container for collecting blood and poured his blood there, introducing himself as a warrior of Lei who wanted to undergo a test of his ancestors. As soon as he asked for permission, a mystical bluish haze immediately dancing around him. Thus, the room of the inner struggle offered him a test, which sounded very simple, but in practice it was incredibly difficult. Indeed, in this test, he will need to defeat himself in a deadly battle. Attempts in this duel can be as much as you like. However, the young will not be able to leave this room until he wins. Even if he surrenders, this will not help. Therefore, this room was so heavy. But he was ready for this battle with himself. However, he did not even have time to move off his place. His neck was cut in an instant. After which his head fell off the body, and he still did not understand what happened. However, very soon he had already come to his senses, as if there was never this injury. There was a strange feeling, to understand that everything is fine with you when you just chopped off your head. Surely it was the magic of illusions. As you know, it is impossible to really die in the testing room, but everything was felt to be madly realistic. The other, being in the place of the heir, would probably be crazy. But he noticed something much more important. He was amazed that his copy so quickly demolished his head. This means that he can do that too. As you know, the testing room has complete access to its abilities and uses them with maximum efficiency. And this means that he does not even know what he is capable of, otherwise he would repel this attack. For this reason, already realizing what a difficult fight awaits him, the boy decided to try again. However, in the second attempt, he was killed by blow in the stomach. In the third attempt, he managed to recapture one attack with his sword, but his neck turned off. In the 10th attempt, instant death was waiting for him again. And soon the young man finally lost his account, not understanding how much time had passed. He did not even know it was only the 75th or already 80th attempt. But finally, he began to really understand what he could learn. His strongest side in battle is freedom of choice and complete unpredictability. Indeed, thanks to his magic ring, he had an unlimited ability to adapt. Therefore, this time he decided to try to fight with the help of his elongated spear. His enemy fought the same weapon. And so, with every battle and with each clash with their own strength, their movements slowly began to synchronize. At some point, the illusion, creating a sword instead of a spear, pierced the hero's body with a blade. However, whether the heir only explained to this illusion that he was a real fool. As it turned out, the warrior on purpose from the very beginning missed this blow to kill him now. And in the end, in this way, he used the technique of a dissecting demonic blow. The most amazing thing is that, while his illusion slowly disappeared, after a deadly attack on her face was a smile. The hero looked at the blue haze flying around himself and understood that, upon passing the tests of family members, Lee was given the ability hidden in the blood. In a past life, he received the most ordinary ability, strengthening. So he was very interested in knowing what ability he would receive this time. However, unexpectedly, the blue light around him lit up with a bright golden radiance, but he still did not understand what kind of ability it was. At that moment, curious observers have already gathered around the gates of the ancient temple. The uncle looked especially worried, who still could not wait for the boy to come out. And they were interested in what the incident planned to make this guy at the ceremony, since he still hadn't left. However, unexpectedly, the secretary reported that Mana's density began to hesitate. And soon after that, the door to the temple opened, and everyone saw the hero. As soon as he came out, his strength was over, and he fell straight into the hands of his uncle. However, as it turned out, the boy was simply very exhausted, and too madly wanted to drink water and eat food. The uncle, who thought that his nephew was dying, did not even know how to react. Therefore, only viciously shouted at this unscrupulous bastard, who excited them so much. Soon after that, the young man finally returned to his home. His faithful nanny barely restrained her tears, looking at the boy, because she was very worried about him. She no longer knew what to do after the news about the tamer of the monsters, the Turtle Mountain, and also about the fact that the pupil disappeared into the testing room of the ancestors. Of course, Li Yun tried to console the loyal nanny, although the heir himself felt just disgusting. After all, he was absent at home for a month. After that, the Ga immediately retreated, because I would like to twist the pupil well, but the woman was glad that he returned safe and preservation. In addition, a caring maid was heated by the bathroom water and prepared a delicious dinner. First of all, before moving to rest, the young man decided to ask where his aunt was now. It was strange that the wise mentor did not come to meet him. However, after these words, the faithful nanny was already stumbled, explaining to the young master that something had happened. As it turned out later, an experienced woman was imprisoned. However, Jian did not lose her at all and was very glad that the nephew returned whole and unharmed. She was clearly interested in how the young man managed to increase his energy potential of mana so much, because he was several times more than what was observed before the test. Nevertheless, Li Yun immediately asked the aunt to explain to him what happened. The woman only awkwardly apologized to her nephew, but explained that everything was in order with her. Obviously, the heir was amazed. After all, he did not expect that a relative was ready to suffer so much for him. As soon as I found out what happened on the test, an experienced mentor, immediately scandalized at the headquarters, attacked the elder and older brother. The wise woman believed that everything that was happening at the ceremony was specially adjusted by them, and now she clearly felt very guilty for not being able to restrain herself. However, Jian Ho was afraid that those people would do something bad with the pupil. She was in such despair, thinking that she would never see him again. Aunt literally suffocated every time she heard new news about what was happening to the young man. Then the hero remembered how they met. At that time, he had not yet trusted his mentor too much. However, the more time they spent at the same time, the more the young warrior began to perceive her as his own person. In principle, it was long to admit that they were not strangers at all. The heir promised to immediately pull the aunt from here. However, the woman was worried that because of this, the pupil may have problems. Although Li Yun knew very well that he would not have to do anything special, after all, an experienced mentor would still be released from here sooner or later. He promised to visit her later and left. At this time, late at night, the plane finally arrived at the landing strip. The head of the clan came out of it, who was absent for a long time. A wife came out to greet him, who, bowing, said that a warm bath and a hot dinner were already waiting for him at home. Also, all his children came to meet his father. Then the young man understood what the true power of the patriarch was. The heir believed that he became much stronger, but as soon as he stopped next to his father, all his power against the background of the head of the family began to fade sharply. However, a suddenly influential man somehow looked at him with interest. Then he calmly recalled that those who easily give up cannot be members of the clan Lei. Nevertheless, the patriarch noted that of all those present, only one person looked at him with audacity. Everyone also began to whisper, trying to understand who the Lord says. The hero understood that these words were addressed to him. He tried to be more modest, but it did not seem to work because the parent was too insightful. Soon they switched to the refectory of Lei's refectory with the whole family. How much young man remembered, their family rarely arranged such luxurious feasts. In addition, the young man carefully peered into a man, standing with a glass of champagne, who once became the youngest master of magic. Also, the minister of the Ministry of the Onemeri was present here, perhaps due to the incident. While the heir stood aside, carefully studying the guests, the butler suddenly approached him. He bowed, asking the young man to follow him, because the Lord wanted to see him. Li Yun, of course, was wondering why his father was calling, and it only remained to hope that this meeting did not promise him trouble. Soon, along with the butler, the hero went on a luxurious terrace and greeted his father. However, next to the patriarch, he also noticed his first older brother. The situation that developed was clearly not like the young man, and obviously, he immediately guessed why he was called. The head of the family asked what happened at the ceremony when the heir met an outsider there, and Myung Zhang ordered him to arrest him. The patriarch wanted to know from the youngest son whether this story was true. Obviously, Li Yun guessed that the only one who would not believe in their lie would be the father. There was no point in lying, so he admitted that he himself offered Mern Zhun to a deal to divide the guilt for this incident in return by 3 days of access to the library. Obviously, having listened to the young man, the patriarch decided to forgive them this adventure, but only this time. For what, Li Yun was already grateful. Of course, Mern Zhang was supposed to be punished later. However, now an influential man invited his sons to return to his duties at the banquet. After that, the elder brother left, finally smiling at the hero. And Li Yun could only hope that Mern Yung would not have too many problems because of him. The father explained to the pupil that the fact that he tried to lie to him was a sin. However, the heir committed several feats at once and therefore will receive what Mern Zhang promised him. In addition, he found the secret room of the internal library. It was worthy of respect, and for this the young man had to get another reward. And as it turned out, the hero already knew very well what he wanted. Soon, speaking to the guests, the patriarch expressed gratitude to everyone who came from afar. After which he finally decided to continue the interrupted named ceremony. First of all, an influential man asked his 8th daughter to approach him. She was the chosen one of the sacred sword and should always illuminate her spirit surrounding the light. Therefore, the head of the family decided to name her with Hyung, which deciphers as bright and lucky. Immediately after these words, a huge scroll with a name turned to the full height of the inner hall. And the girl literally shone, scattering in thanks for the chosen name. After that, his father turned a particularly serious look at his 9th son and asked him to approach. Of course, whether Juno was surprised that the patriarch reacts to him in the same way as in a past life, but it did not matter to him. The parent admitted that the pupil was a firm, vigilant, smart, and adamant. Like a blacksmith, he turned a piece of ore into a dangerous weapon. For him, there would be no better name than the one he chose. A scroll in the case went down the click of fingers, Kal, which meant iron. The hero liked this name because he always wanted to be durable, like iron. But now it had a slightly different meaning for him. After all, the heir will not stop until the patriarch of the clan becomes. For this reason, called his new name, he thanked his father. Events moved to the place of imprisonment of Lei clan members. All this time, Madame Jiang Ha was sitting there, still not knowing where to find a place for herself. She demanded that she be released, considering her conclusion simply outrageous. Especially considering that the woman was not even allowed to the ceremony of the name of her nephew. An experienced mentor screamed so much that the guards guarding her camera had already begun migraine. But fortunately, the phone rang, and there they received an order about the prisoner. For this reason, going inside, the guards let the mistress understand that she could go. Her case will be decided later, but the woman was already released from custody, which could not but rejoice. For this reason, the wise mentor hardly withstood the translation of the spirit and immediately ran in search of her nephew. As it turned out, the pupil already expected her. He made it so that the aunt was released. Obviously, Jiang Ha was wondering how the nephew managed to do it. However, instead of explanation, the hero gave her paper and explained that now she was in his debtors. Obviously, the woman who did not understand anything immediately began to read the order. and only then she found out that she was appointed a full-fledged teacher of the ninth heir Lee Call. But the hero only joyfully extended his hand to the aunt, explaining that now he was her student. A lot of time has passed when the same day has come. Obviously, the Ha was very excited. After all, the young master has been 13 years old. However, this day was to become the beginning of his cadet life. When the heir met with other students, everyone whispered about him as an illegitimate semicircle who created the unthinkable during the choice ceremony, became named. Many believed that he got everything thanks to luck. After all, he could not achieve such a geek himself. Many doubted, after all, before that, the name of the name was so lucky at the ceremony. However, at school, all these contemptuous whispers stopped. After all, the eighth heiress also came. Everyone looked at her with admiration, because the girl even kept in public differently, which was not surprising for the legitimate heiress of the great clan. Of course, the hero was surprised after all. In his opinion, his sister was no better than him, but such bias had already much surprised him. Just at that moment, the older sister came up to greet her younger brother. She could only hope that Lee Call did not hold her evil for what happened at the name of the name. As it turned out, the girl still remembered that then she declared her disappointment in Lee Cole and felt her guilt. Of course, she relaxed greatly when she realized that the hero did not even remember this. The sister was so glad. After all, she thought that her brother was petty and would definitely remember it. And thus, without noticing it, she again offended her younger brother. But in the end, he decided to forget about this incident. Therefore, with Hyun, she began to interrogate the young man about whether his aunt was really appointed by his teacher and whether he was allowed to visit the library at any time. However, they did not have time to talk about the ceremony of dividing the cadets into classes. When the names were called, they had to stand exactly in a row opposite their instructor. It was evident that many were nervous after all. Almost the entire future life of these people depended on the definition in the class. One could understand their excitement. After all, studying the cadets lasts as many as 3 years, and the division into classes plays a large role. In every school year there were 5 classes. Classes were divided into ranks. The 8th princess was called the first and appointed to the first grade, which was, in principle, it is not surprising. Then the appointment of the 9th son of the chapter was going on. He was handed a letter, but he was not voiced in any way. According to the only look of the pupil, it was obvious that he was clearly dissatisfied with their choice. In principle, the young man suspected that this could happen, but did not think that his abilities would be appreciated so low. He was determined in the 5th grade, which is also called a landfill. There are determined mediocrity and losers. The cadets from the Lee clan are credited according to how well they coped with the name of the name of the name, and the Council of Elders and the Coalition of Influential Relatives by BKURNI evaluate the results. They probably believed that they were building obstacles, but for a young man it was only a plus after all. He could strain much less. At this moment, his distributor, who would like to escort to the 5th grade, was already approaching the young man. However, before following her, the heir carefully looked at his older sister. According to the girl's face, it was clear that she was furious and was ready to intervene if the pupil himself did not resist such a result. However, the young man gave a sign that everything was fine with him. In fact, his mind was completely different, not study. Having got into the 5th grade, many were very worried, not knowing how they would explain it to their parents and whether they would receive it all for something approval. Of course, many believed that they should not be in such a garbage class. And of course, the hero was disappointed with such a miserable sight and could not believe that these were really the cadets of the Lee clan. However, suddenly a young man came up to the young warrior, who immediately recognized the heir to the clan in him. He guessed that the pupil would also be with him and wanted to meet him. The boy was the son of a blacksmith who worked for their respected clan, and his name was Kim Khan. Obviously, the hero was surprised when he saw a man whom he did not remember in a past life. Lee Call wanted to know why the boy wanted to meet him. However, in fact, Kim Khan was simply admired by the hero. After all, many spoke about him in the clan as a scandalous young heir. In principle, the boy almost did not lie, because of which the heir grinned. However, he was wondering what the young man thinks, that he was determined precisely in the 5th grade. But it seems he was not sad at all. The guy understood that he was determined in this class due to a lack of skills. But by the way, he believed that in the future, he could correct this situation and break up. At that moment, Lee Call was surprised after all. He expected not such a reaction at all. However, he realized that a similar friend suits him for his company because he was the same purposeful. After that, 3 more boys also approached the heir in order to get acquainted with the young heir. And at the same second, their instructor, who asked the children to start his lesson, was already approaching them. Zhang He was a 5th grade instructor, and a party of newcomers arrived at them today. Therefore, he suggested that everyone get to know each other before starting the lesson. Li Kao perfectly remembered their instructor. He remained as energetic and optimistic as in a past life. This man even gave him private lessons when the young man lagged behind the program. At that moment, the mentor turned to the boy in Ha, asking him to explain to the new students that he had not yet had time. Inha came forward and greeted the arrivals. Although he was ashamed to admit, he said that he was already in the 2nd year and was 2 years old. After which the young man invited them to choose a new older, because although they are the cadets, they will have real combat missions. Therefore, the headman of the class is someone like a detachment commander. The instructors were already responsible for the curriculum and classes, while the headman took on all other duties. After that, he also decided to tell how they elected the older. Perhaps in other groups it was different, but in their class it is customary to compete, and then they choose the old class. After that, the guy told them the rules, using only physical battle without magic, and a break is also arranged after each match. However, this idea clearly did not impress the hero. In Ha, I immediately realized that the young master was clearly bothering something, and it really bothered all the rules that In Ha talked about. The heir recalled that they were all in the combat school of Li clan. If they want to play schoolchildren, they had to go to civilian school somewhere in the city. Of course, the former headman tried to object that the young warrior was judging them too strictly. After all, they just wanted to restore order the way they used to. The hero was only convinced that his words were clearly tight to In Ha. Therefore, he invited students to approach him one at a time. After all, he would cope with any of them. In less than half an hour, a rather exhausted heir stood in the middle of the bodies of his defeated classmates. In Ha, he looked at him, losing his mouth in surprise, and could not believe that Li Kao beat so many people alone. However, at that moment, the young warrior demanded that In Ka call the next subject. He already shuddered from such an imperious voice and hesitated. After all, there were no more students. And the hero believed that this was a literally perfect moment, so that he was now in sparring with him. As a result, a ferocious battle ensued between these two. In Ha was amazed that Li Kao was ready to go far. It was a common competition without rewards and honors at the cadet school, and not a school for showing off. It was clear that Li Kao was very tired and barely held his sword, but did not give up. And this gave In Ha to understand a lot. He recalled the times when he was also desperate and wanted to win at all costs. And then I thought that you can also adapt and make concessions. In Ha believed that this was an adult life. But now in this battle, he finally remembered that, as before, he wanted to win. Obviously, everyone fought with the only thought that he would be the winner. However, at some point, Li Kao knocked the sword from the hands of his opponent. After that, he knelt down, tightly squeezing his broken hand. The hero had no choice but to ask someone who woke up to take the guy to the doctor. However, to his great surprise, the young man did not give up at all. Picking up his sword, he attacked the hero. The battle was still not over. Of course, Li Kao was surprised that he broke his right hand, but he knew how to fencing his left. In addition, the heir perfectly saw that even his opponent's gaze completely changed. However, the young warrior was not intended to continue the duel for a long time. Therefore, I decided to push a little and hit the enemy with his sword right in the stomach. After that, the battle was finally completed. Li Colis asked those who woke up to attribute In Ha to the doctor, after which he explained his cruelty to everyone. After all, he was used to living as if tomorrow will never come. It's not easy to live flexible, after all. If you do not fight for himself tired, a person eventually loses everything. Even the hero sometimes just had to breathe with great effort, but to protect himself and everything that was dear to him, he continued to fight. And he saw that the guys had the same life in front of him. It was this life that was a real struggle and not some kind of complacence. After that, the worried instructor went to Li Kao. He believed that he clearly went too far. The 4 guys had cracks in the bones, and the 3 even had internal damage. However, the heir understood that if these children want to survive in the Li clan, for them these injuries should be a real trifle. Of course, Zhang He tried to explain that they were all the same children. However, Li Kao interrupted him and recalled that even the disciples realized that he was telling him, and he was clearly not going to explain this to an adult. Of course, the young man understood that Zhang He was special in his kind people like him, very few in the clan, because he was kind. But still, the hero reminded the man that he worked with the cadets of Li clan. If the cadet has come off the right path, then the mentor must return it to the right path, even if he does not like it. It was not even a hero's decision, it was a direct duty of the instructor. The next day, early in the morning, the young warrior returned to the training ground. His whole body hurt, and he really admitted that he was most likely to overwhelm yesterday with his students. Now, looking at them, he saw that they were looking at him with some kind of contempt. However, no one looked away, it was already progress, because if they behaved the same way as yesterday, it would be obvious that nothing came to them. Even when the air passed them, he saw all the despising glances. In addition, he was considered a geek and an upstart. But suddenly Kim Khan came from the back to the hero. He came very early. After all, he did not want to be late after Lee Kal had defeated him so quickly. After that, the young man wanted to ask a young warrior one strange but important question for him. Namely, what he needs to do to become as strong as his classmate. After that, the boy warned the young warrior that he himself had not yet reached the level of skill that would allow him to teach someone. Nevertheless, an experienced fighter immediately noticed the main feature of Kim Khan. The guy had excellent vision and a lightning-fast reaction. This became obvious during yesterday's fight, when the young man deduced his feints 3 times. Vision sharpness was clearly his trump card, and therefore complex techniques will suit him much better than gross physical strength. That is why he strongly recommended Kim Khan to concentrate all efforts on honing his skills. At that moment, another person unexpectedly approached the main character. It was Inha, who wanted to greet a comrade. However, the appearance of the young man was so deplorable that he should clearly refrain from training for several days. Despite this, Inha, he perfectly understood. If he misses the lesson, Lee Kal will again start his barrel organ about the need for a struggle and begins to escalate the atmosphere, recalling how soured. The guy came only because he did not want to listen to such speeches again. Perhaps these words were spoken with anger, but the representative of the clan Lee only caused a smile. The boy really changed. Meanwhile, an instructor arrived on the training field, who asked his wards to build. Once the gaze of the audience, he noted that only 11 people were present. The 4 took a good time for health reasons, and the rest simply did not appear. Suddenly, the mentor noticed something amazing. All the children seemed to be covered by some strange disease. The atmosphere in the class has changed dramatically. It was worth only one predator among ordinary children, as it turned into a flock of small bitten animals. Then Zhang He realized that his curriculum is not suitable for a similar situation. Initially, the mentor planned to evaluate the abilities of children today, but their condition did not allow this. This time, the wise instructor decided to show condescension and began a lesson in a more gentle mode. A lot of hours passed, and only when all the schoolchildren were finally exhausted, Zhang He was able to appreciate their physical condition, but he was to continue to observe the paired classes of students. The headman, of course, was Kal. However, the evaluation process dragged on for 10 hours, which is why he was tired even himself. Nevertheless, he perfectly understood that they had no time to rest. For this reason, he stepped aside a little, while the rest of the children discussed how much their instructor changed. Previously, he would certainly give them a rest, given the number of injuries received. However, all the conversations quickly subsided when the main character turned to classmates. The young representative of the clan Lee again introduced himself, this time already as a new headman of the class. He also reminded those present that, according to the rules in Ha, he obeys only the instructor and is of great responsibility. The young leader warned that training with him would be extremely gestured, and those who do not want to work can leave. He has no time to engage in lazy people. However, it seems that one of the cadets of his words were pretty angry, and he ordered the geek not to be conceived. Lee, a descendant of the clan, seemed to have not reacted to the insult, only reminded that if someone did not like him, anyone could call him to the duel at any time. Moreover, if someone can deliver at least one strong blow, he himself will become the headman. After these words, the young man suggested finishing empty conversations and immediately start training. He asked everyone to break by pairs, but soon, having looked at the pairs formed, he realized that only 6 were able to fight. The rest had already surrendered at this moment. As a result, the young leader decided to have mercy on the finally out of force, giving them a break. Immediately after this, the cadets gathered together, indignant at such a geek, because of which the lessons turned into real hell and their studies were finally arranged. The only one who stood up for the honor of the protagonist was Kim Khan. Of course, he was also angry, but reminded his comrades that although Lee Kal was illegitimate, none of them managed to inflict a single blow to him. However, no one paid attention to the words of the newcomer and approached Inhi, so that he confirmed that last year the training was much better. As it turned out, it was precisely because of this that the guy remained for the second year. Therefore, Inha understood. If nothing changes this year, then he really will remain a miserable nonsense until the end of his life. That is why, even if he receives at least 100 fractures, the young man will still try. He was sure that the rest of the classmates also soon realize the young gentleman whom they call the geek without hesitation is actually trying to help them. Unlike others in Ha, he remembered the words about the struggle well and wanted to try what it was really to fight after all. He felt that for him this is the last chance to change. Every evening after cadet classes, the main character returned home, where he continued his research with Ant. This time many sensors were connected to him, and he trained in the release of mana. The woman was clearly indignant. No matter how much they made attempts, they could not clean the aura, which constantly scattered. An experienced mentor clearly did not expect that such a problem could arise even before 3 stars reached. Of course, she would like to have at least some reliable sources about ancient ways of using mana. This is the only way to find a way out of this situation. Li Kal, however, had the idea to read the memories of a limitless blade, but unfortunately, he did not allow him to do this. All that the young man managed was only a little to draw knowledge in the library. There he learned about the black dragons, who were the horror of ancient Korea. Even the monsters were afraid of them. These creatures killed the best generals of the empire. Once the heroes of ancient Korea gathered to seal dragons in the mountains in the north. For this feat, the emperor gave them land. Encouraged by the rustler with the generosity of the ruler, the heroes poured the only sword in their kind, a limitless blade. Naturally, when the boy found the story of creating legendary weapons in the library, he was truly surprised. However, at that moment, an ant came up to him, who praised his nephew for reaching the stage of forming an aura. This meant that now he could independently advance to achieve 3 stars. The wise woman was sure that soon they would somehow find a way to overcome the obstacle. The young representative of the clan Li has already perfectly mastered the techniques of strengthening and transformation of mana. However, having thanked for the help, the young man wanted to know what changes will wait for him when he reaches the level of 3 stars. According to the expectations of the mentor, he had to learn to use the techniques of combat magic with the help of aura, but it takes a lot of time to master them. After that, the woman decided to ask his nephew about his studies, because she noticed that recently he was constantly coming tired. She even offered him to help to facilitate his life. However, how exactly to help, the wise aunt did not specify, instead asking her nephew to trust her dear aunt. Soon, when the descendant of the clan Li stood surrounded by his classmates, looking at the ant, he realized that it was worth expecting such a turn of events. The instructor presented them with a special guest, explaining that today she will conduct a special lecture on mana techniques. Then he presented the elder of the clan from the Scientific Institute of the Li clans. Since the woman hated walking around the bands, she immediately postponed the ceremony and offered to start a lesson. Watching how Jian Haiyan talks about all the most important aspects, the main character was amazed. She was really a great teacher. Soon their lecture was completed, at least its theoretical part. After that, the mentor suggested starting a more exciting part, teaching children the iron line technique. The instructor believed that it was time to complete the lesson, but the wise woman wanted to go to the most important part of the lesson. She asked the guys to sit right in front of her, and Li Kal she obviously allocated as a subject. The boy was curious that Aunt decided to arrange for a lesson. However, an experienced mentor explained that usually direct heirs of the clan receive full support from the family. Li Kal did not give anything like that, so his aunt faded a little. Of course, the young man was immensely grateful to a caring woman. She herself was preparing for the procedure, promising that in case of successful holding, the energy potential of her nephew would instantly double. Immediately after it ended, the instructor called the students to him, explaining to the cadets that now they will train with the management technique, which they were trained by a multidimensional elder. Therefore, when the mentor asked to break by pairs, suddenly Ha went to the main character because he wanted to practice with him. The young leader immediately explained that he would not give a head start and would not give in to a comrade. It seemed that Li Kal was only glad to hear it, but he promised that he would not allow him to inflict his first blow to him. Watching how these two came together in a duel, the wise aunt admired her nephew, who looked like a small beast. For some reason, the boy reminded her of her own childhood. However, at that moment, she noticed other cadets who clearly discussed what was happening with hatred. Young warriors did not understand why some illegitimate who did not even receive all privileges, still standing higher in status. In addition, he had physical strength several times more, he developed special abilities, and began to study obviously at a different level. Because of this, he considers himself better than others. Obviously, these children did not expect that the elder herself hears everything right behind them, so they immediately began to crumble in apologies. However, the wise mistress was not going to miss the ears that these boys dared to say about her beloved nephew. The students could only bow and apologize for the rude words. However, an experienced mentor was clearly not going to forgive these stupid kids who even knew nothing about her ward before responding about him. Suddenly, another of the cadets came up, who explained to the elder that they also work without turning hands, but they continue to write them off as if they were no one. Nevertheless, the boys were sure that Lee Call was weaker only because they grew up in different families and had access to various education. The wise woman was clearly struck by the fact that it seems that all these children do not understand at all what they are talking about. Perhaps it was really better if they did not know how much their life was different from the life of her student. Then they would understand that their existence and study is simply baby babble. However, the cadets were even more angry from these words. They believed that this geek could not radically differ from them. Therefore, sooner or later, they themselves will find out what their differences were. Finally, in the afternoon, the training was completed. The student continued to carefully observe the main character, noting that the guy constantly speaks of the need for struggle, although he himself was born in a respected clan, albeit illegitimate. However, at that moment, his friends ran up to the young warrior because they heard that their classmate planned to follow the geek today. However, the Trinity was worried that they could not move around the territory of the Corps outside the academic time. Nevertheless, since the illegitimate lived in a hostel for ordinary people and not in special chambers for direct heirs, for them this was not a forbidden zone. That is why the green-haired guy was going to go to the main character. He could not allow him to clean them up, so he intended to prove today that the geek is not worthy of his position. The late evening came, and the whole company was still at the walls of the laboratory. At this point, the descendant of the clan Lee spent 9 hours after class in the laboratory. The rest were clearly tired after training and offered their friend to go home, because they still did not know what the young master was doing there. Obviously, the green-haired young man considered them simply his underpants. However, he did not hold anyone, and finally he saw how Lee Call left the laboratory. The boy only exhaled calmly, realizing that although he was exhausted, he still had a lot to do. After that, the young warrior turned around, and his pursuer thought he was going home. However, the representative of the clan Lee went to the training field for direct heirs, where he was not even supposed to go. Soon, along with his remaining company, he heard loud cries coming from the hall. It was not clear what kind of sounds these were, but they were clearly different from ordinary training screams. Many even suggested that perhaps the young master was really strong and invited his comrade to stop surveillance. After all, judging by the schedule of the boy, he was clearly not idle. However, the green-haired continued to consider them equal because he also did not evade additional classes. But obviously, his classmates, who had doubts, hastily wanted to leave. Looking at their retreat, this stubborn thought was thinking, how this geek surpasses him. The young man wanted to prove at all costs that he was not mistaken and they were the same. As a result, the guy left the training room, and the green-haired followed him to the barracks. However, when the boy was about to continue the persecution, suddenly a bright light lit up behind him. It was a guard who clearly did not expect to find another cadet on the territory of another. He was already used to the fact that young Mr. Lee Call is constantly moving constantly at night, but he did not expect to see his comrade. The guy only awkwardly apologized, explaining the reason for his appearance. The guard decided this time to forgive him, but asked not to wander at night anymore. However, before leaving, the boy decided to look at the home of the protagonist. He noticed that the light was burning in his room, although now it was already 2 in the morning. As a result, since he had nothing more to find out here, the young man still decided to return home. Time moved at 5 in the morning to the site for training direct heirs. Passing by her, the classmate rubbed his head from the fact that he went to bed too late. His head was split in pain. However, to his surprise, on the site, he already noticed the protagonist. It was evident that the boy was very tired. Even if, by the right of birth, he had excellent physical data and the ability to manage mana, it seemed amazing that the young man could remain healthy if he sleeps for 3 to 4 hours a day. The green-haired remembered his life. Usually coming to the barracks, he just watched TV, played the prefix, or rested. Of course, sometimes he went out for independent training, but he had a full nutrition, sleep, and entertainment. Therefore, at that moment he went to Lee Call, who was clearly exhausted. It turns out that the green-haired wanted to directly find out from the young leader if he was tired of his routine. From this question, the guy immediately realized, who already followed him with the rest. Then the classmate honestly admitted to the young master that he received support by the right of birth, and from the very birth was different from them. However, he did not understand why then the heir drives himself so much. The main character also frankly admitted to his comrade that he lived in such a rhythm from early childhood. However, he could honestly say that sometimes he allowed himself a little more sleep. Of course, this rarely happened, so of course he was tired. However, the boy still could not understand why all these torment needed. Li Kao was sure that he was only pretending, that he did not know the answer to the question posed. Then he left, leaving a green-haired classmate to burn with shame. At the same time, the Lord trained on his personal platform. Suddenly, the butler came to him and provided completely executed documents. However, only looking at them, the Lord realized that the level of complexity of the tests was insufficient. Although the servant tried to explain that the order was already talking about the dungeons of the 7th and 8th levels that were dangerous for the cadets, but the man only recalled that he needed such warriors that would survive in any conditions. Therefore, the butler agreed to fulfill the will of the Lord. In addition, he had another news regarding the youngest son and his group. Hearing everything, his father was delighted because from childhood the boy looked at him with a special look. He recognized the gaze of a person who knows what it is to be trampled and devoid of everything. However, leading people and making them change is a completely different matter. Therefore, the Lord asked to change the complexity of the exam. Since his daughter also studied at the same cadet school, he asked to increase the standards for everyone. Thus, the father wanted to check how much his son learned to lead people behind himself. At this time, events moved to the site for classes of direct heirs of the 5th rank. When Zhang He arrived there, he was truly amazed to hear the ringing of weapons and the loud cries of the fights. Despite the fact that there was a day off today, the mentor saw that all the guys had come to training early, although he did not even call them. Only when Zhang He came closer, the students saw that their instructor had arrived and got up to greet him. The wise mentor was clearly glad that the pupils decided to practice on the weekend and asked the students to run to the barracks and call those who remained on vacation. Soon collecting everyone, he announced quite unexpected news. It was decided to conduct an intermediate exam ahead of schedule, so all the guys were given a week of rest. These were their last holidays this year, which they had to fully enjoy. After that, the instructor decided to recall the pupils of mandatory training. However, looking at their views, he understood that it seemed that they themselves were aware of everything, and even without his instructions, continued to be engaged. Therefore, he only with a smile asked that the guys continue to work on themselves at the same pace. The protagonist was clearly surprised that they were given a sudden vacation before the exams, and they decided to conduct the exam itself earlier. However, he hid his bewilderment. Despite the fact that the instructor was gone, the young leader saw that none of the classmates had moved. The reason was that they wanted to know what Li Kao plans to do during these holidays. Of course, this surprised the protagonist, because everyone should decide for himself what to do. He did not understand why comrades wanted to hear his opinion. The descendant of the clan Lei advised them to enjoy the vacation, because he did not want to make them train even during a well-deserved holidays. Of course, many could not believe that the young master said so. They believed that he would force them to train before exhaustion. And obviously, the main character was amazed that classmates had such a bad opinion about him. He only hoped that no one would create conflicts, and they would not find out who is the main one, as on the first day of their acquaintance. After that, the young leader advised the boys to relax as much as they want, because he knew very well, even if he orders them to relax, they still would not be very laughed. Therefore, let them spend the holidays reasonably. Then he said goodbye to everyone. Soon Li Kao went to the laboratory to Jiang He. She had already heard that the nephew had a vacation, but she did not understand why, instead of rest, he decided to distract his aunt, who was busy with business. However, the young heir only exhaled calmly, recalling that when he came, his aunt did not work but watched stupid videos on her phone. After which he decided to find out if the exams moved by accident by order of his father. It turned out that his guesses were true. In this case, the protagonist expected that the exam would be extremely difficult. He had to make a breakthrough in the aura. Apparently, for this he will have to access the next memory of the boundless blade. However, the young man understood. If this did not happen before, then perhaps he overlooked something important. Previously, he thought that it was necessary to give his dagger the shape of a sword. However, apparently, this was the wrong path. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to figure out what to do. At the moment, while he was settled on the couch, he accidentally threw the piles of the papers lying on it. Aunt only panicked because she asked her nephew to be careful and not turn over anything. However, suddenly, a young warrior noticed interesting information in fallen documents. This was an article that spoke about the main difference between ancient and modern martial arts, which consisted of goals. There was also a theory that in ancient times martial arts were intended primarily to fight monsters. In principle, Lee Coles realized that the same situation concerned the technique of a dismissing demon, because in its original form, this technique had incredible power. Then he immediately jumped up from his seat, because an idea appeared in his head. And he hurried to training, promising that he would later tell the ant about everything that he had just realized. Already at the training ground, he released his boundless blade, and he transformed a sword out of him. The young man decided to quickly find the enemy by level, a monster from his strange vision. It was gigantic and stronger than Lee Call. The boy needed a technique with greater power, efficiency, a simple blow from which it is impossible to evade. Graceful but not enough productive techniques were clearly not suitable for this purpose. Only now the heir finally understood the initial goal of the technique of a dissecting demon. Therefore, he imagined that he was now in front of the same giant monster and tried to destroy it. When he had a blow, he finally realized what that ancient warrior tried to convey to him. He could only hope that now the boundless blade would show him the next part of his memories. As expected, immediately after that he again fell into that mysterious space. It was a training site. The situation was clearly different from the first memory. Looking around the corner, he saw the very man who fenced at an incredible speed. In addition, the young heir noticed an important fact. Every time the warrior changed his weapon, even the aura seemed to have changed for him. At the same time, this was not the fighter himself. Everything happened in conjunction with an endless blade. However, some suddenly appeared, who began to praise the master for the fact that he again changed the approach. The ancient warrior only coldly asked the who came to stop watching his training. However, it seems that his comrade wanted to know if a man accidentally came up with the name of his new techniques. And as it turned out, he did not do this, because he considered his techniques to be too raw and unfinished. After that, his friend offered a warrior several running names for invented techniques. However, unexpectedly, having heard the rustle of steps, the ancient warrior felt the approach of man. He thought that this one came with a friend, but he arrived alone. Therefore, both relaxed, after which they crossed their blades in a duel in order to practice properly. At that moment, the young heir saw the face of that very guest. He had yellow eyes and black hair, distinctive features of Lee clan. Soon the boy was already traveling on the bus with the rest of the classmates. The landscape that he watched was no different from the usual one. In front of him, the young man saw a barrier separating the safe and dangerous zones. Once upon a time, not far from the Pacific Ocean, a mysterious crack was formed. It was called a blue hole, unknown space, which was not even officially investigated properly. From there, various monsters began to appear in crowds. For a long time, humanity fought with them, trying to return its territory. However, there were lands that were never cleared of these monsters. People called these areas unknown or dangerous zones. Suddenly, a comrade spoke with Lee Call, who heard that they were going to a dangerous zone. It seems that he was delighted with the fact that the closer they were to the dangerous territory, the more deserted the landscape became. However, they were still inside a safe zone, simply in settlements located near dangerous areas. The level of development lagged behind. Lee Call knew this because he did not live there for long to hide in his past life. Soon, having drove through the tunnel, they stopped at an unknown dungeon in a dangerous zone. The instructor ordered all the pupils to gather, offered to set up the camp, as well as check the supplies. After that, start the test. The mentor made it clear that the escort warriors who arrived with them would only guard their parking. From this moment, each student must be able to stand up for himself. However, the wise instructor asked his wards not to worry. He, in turn, will provide maximum support that he can. After that, the mentor asked his students to give up completely and show what they achieved during the training. From this moment, obviously, Lee Call took the command. The young leader also warned his classmates that this test became more complicated because of him. It was the last chance. If someone wanted to leave, it is better to do it now and quickly. What will happen now was not a typical assessment of young guys. Tricky monsters were waiting for them, capable of determining the location of the subjects. The head of the clan received an order to find a spider with a human face inside the dungeon. However, Inha only made it clear that this is not the most suitable time, so that Lee Coles again tried to test them. In addition, it was obvious from the very beginning that none of the cadets of the 5th grade would no longer retreat. They all trusted him. This was confirmed with great confidence by the same green-haired guy. Obviously, the main character was proud, seeing that all classmates were full of enthusiasm. Many considered this the complete merit of the young master. Then, realizing that no one was going to give up, Lee Call suggested checking their connection and supplies, and then hit the road. He also explained to his comrades that, as you know, a spider with a human face was extremely cunning and behaved like ants or bees. Their mission was to track the movement of a spider with a human face in the forest, which was at least 10 years old. After that, Lee Kalal handed over the command of the operation to his deputy in He. Obviously, he did not expect such news. However, from that moment on, the descendant of the clan Lai planned to move alone. He will become a bait for the spider. Such a proposal brought everyone into great confusion. In less than half an hour from that moment, the main character has already wandered through the forest, destroying the monsters in his path. Looking around, the young warrior noticed that a sufficient number of spiders had finally gathered around him. He killed them for the reason that they distributed pheromones of dangers, calling the relatives. In addition, as you know, spiders with human faces brought nutritious prey to their nests and fed larvae. The heir knew the easiest way to become the desired prey. To do this, it was necessary to prove that this production has great force. For this reason, he began to attack his opponents with the help of new maneuvers, honed this week. When, after the next murder, the young man looked around, he literally saw hundreds of curious eyes directed on him. After that, all these spiders were rapping and rushed to the hero on the attack. However, even looking at their evil mouths, he was not afraid, but only smiled slyly. He specially gave up. The next time waking up, the young warrior was already inside the cocoon. Having concentrated, he felt that his stomach was slightly departed from the poison, which was poisoned, but otherwise everything was in order with the body. Therefore, the heir decided to hide his presence using the technique of camouflage. After that, he also took out his boundless blade from the ring in order to get out of the web. Finally, breaking his cocoon and was free, the young man began to look back in search of a den. However, he was surprised, because in this nest there were a lot of cocoons. It was simply impossible to catch so many prey in a day. They had to eat them for a long time. However, unexpectedly ahead of himself, he saw a huge cocoon, from which he literally blew dark energy. The heart of a young warrior hid in his chest, and the dark energy inside the body began to resonate with this cocoon. At that moment, right before his eyes, the cocoon began to break gradually. After which the same monster of the 5th level appeared, the queen of spiders with a human face, who spoke with smaller spiders. Obviously, Lee Call was surprised that the monster in the dungeon of only 6th level could speak human language. But soon he realized that she did not open her mouth. Most likely, his dark energy could read the thoughts of this monster. At that moment, the queen of spiders began to break other cocoons hanging on the ceiling. Due to the fact that Call had to jump, he no longer had a place to use his masking technique. When he looked around, he realized that the queen of spiders was looking directly at him. The whole reason was that the dark energy inside him woke her from sleep. Growling loudly, she demanded that the little man give what was in him. Hearing this piercing sound, the heir realized that only high-level predators could create this. However, such an impact on him did not act due to the fact that his dark energy resisted. But the spider was angry even more from the fact that some little man dared to suppress her mana. She decided to attack this insolent. However, a loud explosion rang out nearby. Obviously, after that, all the attention of the monster switched to the forest, which now glowed. Nevertheless, she was sure that in this one was the boy's fault. Lee Call, only with a smile, explained that he used magic explosives. Fortunately, in this forest there was a lot of things that can be set on fire, and according to his signal, the charges simply exploded brightly. At this moment, the first group led by Kim Khan advanced forward. They left half an hour walk to the nest. At that moment, the instructor contacted Lee Call, who cut the magic force of the 5th level in the den. However, the descendant of the clan Li explained that he would cope, and asked Zhang He first of all to take care of the rest of the cadets. Getting angry with such a neglect of her enemy, the queen immediately sent her cubs to attack and protect her lair from the invaders. She herself remained in order to deal with the boy. The monster was sure that he was too arrogant if he believed that he could defeat her. The queen understood that the guy was in vain in advance to his comrades, who were approaching her nest, because she was convinced that she would kill the main character before they could get here. However, Lee Call only calmly asked the enemy to stop chatting and starting the battle. Then he concentrated, and the next instant, a bright yellow aura was already dancing around him. At that moment, the second group approached the nest, simultaneously continuing to blow up their shells in order to lure spiders. According to their plan, the first group provided the way to the retreat of the young master. Obviously, the rest were worried because in Lagov, according to reports, something clearly happened, and it was dangerous to break there so easy. However, the young leader instructed them to act according to the plan. All that was left is only to hope that Li Ka will withstand before their arrival. At that moment, the queen continued to attack in the dungeon, not understanding why whether Kal does not die in any way and still stands on her feet. In addition, the boys enraged her, who looked at her so coldly and unemotional. In fact, at that moment, the main character used the technique of demonic eyes, and now his gaze could see many hidden flows of various energies. With the help of this force, he could see the flow of magical energy and avoid deadly injuries, but the rupture in force was so great that it was impossible to completely evade. Fortunately, the queen has just hatched, so she had not yet properly controlled her body. In this case, the young warrior understood that he had only one chance to win. Therefore, having taken his boundless blade, he applied the technique of endless change, the projection of the energy of lightning. A bright bluish light flared up from a perfect attack throughout the room. However, looking at the body of the enemy, Lee Coles understood that the wound was not deep enough. Despite this, the monster moaned in pain. Even despite her thick skin, it was still possible to cause damage. Then the queen decided that she would take a call herself as a prisoner. To begin with, he will get what was inside him, and then restore his body, everything in order to force him to suffer for ages. At that moment, the monster began to throw threads and use a variety of attacks. As a result, one small thread still fell into his head. Immediately after that, the heir realized that it was a subordination technique. Therefore, clutching his head, he screamed loudly, barely withstanding all this pain. The spider was clearly rejoiced, looking at how the arrogant face of the boy was now finally decorated with a grimace of suffering. However, soon all the sensations that the young man experienced switched to her, while he looked at the enemy by the most calm of the possible views. After that, the descendant of the clan Lee Cold-Blooded warned that the spider had to be more careful. After all, as you know, spiders and insects were vulnerable to fire. As it turned out, the first group, led by Kim Khan, arrived at the aid of the main character. Apologizing for making their way for a long time, the comrades were ready to retreat to safety. Lee Kal only realized that as soon as they returned from the assignment, they would need to conduct special endurance training, and the students were struck by the severity of their headman. However, the cadets began to quickly leave the underground nest, their silhouettes dissolved in the twilight of the forest. At this time, all the instructors were looking forward to the return of the 5th grade, which was clearly delayed longer than usual. The voltage in the air was almost tangible. In addition, everyone was struck by the fact that young warriors did not abandon their assignment, as the 4th grade did. However, a young leader suddenly appeared, courteously apologizing to the mentors for being late. His form was slightly dented, and fatigue was red on his face after a difficult test. After that, having taken his place behind the memorandum of the rostrum, Lee's descendant decided to start formal reporting right now. The man with business clarity explained that the task of his class was to shoot an adult individual in the forest of spiders with a human face. During the task, an unusual phenomenon took place, for which the 5th grade was ready. The team penetrated into the dungeon, divided into 4 groups, and spent 132 magic explosive shells. Obviously, many appraisers were stunned by such numbers. However, this was not an exaggeration. The young warrior also said that with a direct collision with the monsters, 52 shells were spent, as a result of which the total number of ammunition used reached 184 units. Immediately after that, one of the appraisers in bewilderment noticed that the 5th grade, apparently, planned to simply burn the dungeon to the ground. He recalled that the initial mission was to photograph and record an abnormal phenomenon, and did not believe that students could count such a bombardment for the successful completion of the task. However, the commission decided to look at the footage. At that moment, the protagonist again turned to them, explaining with a business view that video equipment was seriously damaged, and it took some time to restore it. After that, he handed a small flash drive to the mentor Zhang He, and he returned to his comrades. The sister of one team clearly did not understand why it was to arrange explosions next to the dungeon, and why they climbed right into the monster's lair. However, Lee Kal with confidence believed that this was the most reliable way to get the necessary materials for the report. Very soon after watching the video, the room was filled with grave silence. The main appraiser, with some embarrassment, admitted that it seems that the use of shells in this case was really a necessity, although it was possible to compare this tactic in order to bring the canister with butter to a burning house. However, Li Call, with unshakable confidence, stated that he acted most effectively, and the standard approach in this situation would not allow you to cope with the task. When the appraiser hesitated the answer, the young heir calmly recalled that he and his team had to complete this task at all costs, because the world of martial arts is a place in which the result speaks for itself. Then the leading appraiser, with understanding, realized that their completion of the assignment was not an accident, although it looked that way. All this was part of a carefully thought-out plan, and it seems Li Call really foresaw what the result would be. All other instructors did not know how to react, given that the plan of the young master was so radical that it was even difficult to compare him with anything. However, nevertheless, the commission forgave such a wasteful use of combat shells because the team managed to do without human casualties. Therefore, the 5th grade received the highest score for this exam. Soon, the news reached the luxurious office of the head of the family, where the butler explained with a gloomy look that during the assignment, 32 people died and 78 received various injuries. There were no special problems, since the contract was clearly spelled out in the contract. Of course, the head of the family was interested in what further measures were taken against the victims during the assessment. The faithful assistant made sure to guarantee the full payment of medical expenses to those who had serious injuries, as well as those who could no longer recover and lead a normal lifestyle. Praising the assistant for excellent work, the Lord asked him to continue to keep him in the course of the events. After that, the butler decided to demonstrate the most important information, a video about each dungeon that he received from instructors. However, seeing shots with the forest of spiders, the head was clearly not surprised at such a dangerous dungeon. Indeed, it was one of the most insidious locations on the northern outskirts of the Kvanto province. In this video, the queen of the 5th rank spiders in all its frightening glory was clearly visible. Despite the fact that they were informed that this was the only preserved record, an experienced assistant indicated that in the video, someone still intervened and made some adjustments. The head of the family was sure that these were the tricks of his youngest son. It seemed to him that the boy was an extremely interesting child. The butler was completely agreeing with this opinion, because dealing with such a difficult task with the help of his mind is a great achievement. However, the faithful servant was worried that the young man did not use the generally accepted strategy. Father also noticed it. Going beyond standard solutions and such non-standard things show the true courage of the guy. He can create something new only because he is well trained in standard strategies. The fact that not only the cadets, but even an experienced instructor without objections followed his plan proves the outstanding leadership qualities of the youngest son. The head of the family could only hope that no one of the strangers knew what really happened there. Therefore, in the future, he ordered to increase the complexity of assessments not only for this class, but also for all other training groups. Thus, the wise father hoped that soon other children would gradually begin to pay attention to his talented youngest son. A little time passed, and the events moved to an exclusive training site of the 5th grade of the Cadet Corps. And now everyone gathered again, but the pupils almost cried, pleadingly reminding the young master that they only returned from the final assessment yesterday. However, the hero did not cancel the training, because due to the assessment, and so graciously gave them a short break. After that, he with a serious look explained to all the guys that the last assessment this year really ended, so he understands that they would want to relax. But we must not forget that the exam was still waiting for them ahead of them, and he will not allow anyone to fail him in this class. The young leader also entrusted the special task of Kim Khan, who during yesterday's exam spent all his mana. Lee's descendant of the clan asked that today the comrade memorize the spells all day. The hero himself helped to train the rest in order to pump their physical training. The heir with a satisfied smile watched what was happening. He saw that classmates were becoming stronger not only physically, but also morally. Instead of being upset due to their shortcomings, they learned to make up for teamwork. So it has been a whole year since the boy became a cadet. With the exception of the first assessment, they did not have a single case of an exception or death among students. At this moment, an worried instructor approached the young warrior, saying that soon there would be an important announcement regarding the improving exam. For this reason, the heir followed with the mentor. When they went into the spacious hall, Whether his older sister was already patiently waiting for CHOLL. After greeting, she invited her brother to sit nearby. They had something to talk about. In fact, the girl was sincerely admired that their class coped with the task perfectly. However, as far as Lee knew, the first class gave the result no worse, and it was not surprising. After all, the first class was intended for chosen talents, such as Hyung. However, only then the smart girl realized that she called her brother not to talk at all in order to praise her. She warned CHOLL that the future exam would be a real headache. After all, recently the sixth sister and the seventh brother called into the personal chambers of the mother. After that, a rumor passed that they both meet with cadets from different classes. Smiling with Hyung subtly hinted that these two would try to knock out the younger brother from the struggle for an increase. Of course, this was not officially allowed, but she warned her brother to know what to expect, and reminded that the sixth sister and seventh brother were really dangerous people. However, the main character understood that if with Hyun really wanted to warn him, he was a little late. After all, his problems began with the very first assessment. There were cases when they were either provided with poor quality equipment, or someone intentionally hid important educational material, thus creating discriminatory conditions. The heir also heard that recently someone turned to the eighth heiress, but as it turned out, this girl has already talked with the cadets from her class, and this time is not going to honestly compete with Lee Call. Moreover, she herself plans to get an assessment above him and force her younger brother to recognize her older sister. Obviously, the boy still could not understand why the girl was so fixed on this issue. But finally, the head of this meeting approached them. He made it clear that today all assessments of this year are already completely completed, so he decided to tell the details and schedule of the exam for raising cadets this year. The result of their increase will be determined after combining the accumulated results during the year and the results of the final exam. This exam will take place in gates located about 3 kilometers north of the academy. Lee Call was sincerely surprised because he expected that the exams for the increase would be held in some other format, but definitely not in mysterious gates. The presenter explained that the named signs would be scattered inside the gate. Each participant will also have a personal sign. Its loss will equal to the failure of the exam and symbolic death. There were no other strict rules for the implementation. All they needed to do is collect as many signs as possible. In this exam, you can't just win, you need to fight brilliantly, because the bet is made on the ability to seize the territory and resources. Finally, the young warrior understood the essence of the test. They needed to take these signs from others in order to survive in this struggle, and if a person loses his personal sign, then it is considered symbolically dead. It is the number of plates with names that determines the final results of the exam. It will be impossible to contact the outside world. This is an ideal trap. Even if someone stole a named plate from the opponent, no one will know about it. Therefore, all that needs to be done is either to steal someone else's plate with a name, or get hidden in locations. In addition, it was an individual competition in which students participated from the 2nd to 6th grade. The descendant of Lei was sure that someone was definitely involved in this. As they have already been informed, the exam took place for gates completely isolated from the outside world. No matter what happens to the participants in this closed space, no one will find out about this. It was a literally perfect opportunity to eliminate the objectionable, which the enemies could not miss. But it was also a great opportunity for the most important hero to show his true power. Somewhere at this time, falling apart in a luxurious chair, the 6th Madame clan was sitting. The 7th brother approached her, who was clearly interested in what his sister was doing in his free time. However, she only smiled slyly, explaining that she was watching how their youngest works without respite. After that, the insidious mistress criticized her younger brother for how he communicates with her older sister. She believed that in comparison with their younger brother, the 8th sister was much better because she looked like a cute rabbit. The only thing that the cunning girl decided not to specify is that the altitude of the 8th sister makes her want to turn her neck to the girl. After that, the sadist, as if nothing had happened, decided to find out the opinion of her brother about the orders of their mother. However, he saw in this a great opportunity to test the abilities of their 9th brother. However, the sister, it seems, was clearly not like this boy. He was a despicable bastard, but still wore the title of direct heir. In addition, in her opinion, the young man behaved inappropriately. Therefore, as an older sister, she intended to teach him several painful lessons. After all, she could no longer look at how this geek continues to ride on the back of their first brother. That is why the insidious girl intended to indicate the youngest of his true place in the family hierarchy. And so, after time, finally the same long-awaited exam for increasing the rank of cadet came, a test to the next class. This time, he took place in the format of hunting for named signs in gates. Kim Khan surprised that although the gates were stable and were guarded so well, Lee Kal was convinced that this was done to calm ordinary people. Perhaps these were precautions for experiments and research. However, there were much fewer people here than the protagonist expected. In addition, these cadets behaved so brazenly, as if they thought that Lee Kal did not notice anything. and perhaps it was a common feature of all these people. However, for the young heir, this did not matter. Therefore, he looked at his team. Everyone was definitely in an excellent combat system and are ready to complete the assignment. As soon as the signal was given to the beginning, they all together resolutely headed for the gates. At this time, as if nothing had happened, the sixth sister continued to devastate the all kinds of sweets found in her brother's office. He, of course, tried to explain that it was all the treats for the guests. However, it seems that this sister did not bother. Then the seventh brother only explained with anxiously that, according to his last information, something went wrong. A lot of time has passed since the moment the instructor said that all participants in the test went inside. And it seems only the idea that this bastard flickers somewhere among other cadets led the sixth sister into genuine delight. In addition, the girl reminded that the mother promised to generously reward them if they cope well with the assigned task. Therefore, a cunning person decided to think in advance what she wanted to ask them as a reward. However, the seventh brother was not sure that the task was as smooth as planned. Of course, he was convinced that he could control so that everything would go according to the plan. However, the young man still recalled the alarming words of his first brother, who made it clear that Li Kao was a serious rival. At that moment, the seventh brother joked from his warnings, but he still bothered something deeply. At that moment, the phone of the seventh brother squealed piercingly, and he received an emergency notification. However, when he did not comment on anything, the sixth sister quickly approached him and resolutely pulled out the device. The message said that 21 people were excluded from the tests, and 15 people dropped out for other reasons. At the same time, the whole fifth grade of the first year came out of the gate whole and unharmed. Of course, the sixth sister seemed just ridiculous. She could not understand how all other participants could not knock out at least one of the despicable bastards. The seventh brother bitterly understood that they had lost with a bang. It was total fiasco, especially considering that they were defeated by the youngest of the brothers. Somewhere at that time, two frightened freshmen desperately tried to run away and hide in a dark cave. Of course, they did not understand how some bastard could be so strong, all the more given that he was only in the fifth grade. However, instead of discussing this further, they preferred to hide in the cave. It seemed to them that they finally managed to safely escape from the persecution. Suddenly, they were attacked by the main character from different sides at the same time. After he deftly neutralized one of the guys, Lee's descendant of Lee politely introduced himself and even praised the guys for hiding well, and it was difficult to find them. The boy only scaredly pressed his back against the cold wall of the cave and in a trembling voice demanded that Lee Call do not come closer. After all, even if he was a direct heir, he could not do everything he pleased. However, Lee Call only laughed mockingly. If someone heard the words of this guy, he would probably have thought that the young heir attacked the first. Nevertheless, he calmly reminded the boy that, when he directed the knife at a direct descendant, he had to be prepared for the inevitable reckoning. As a result, soon the young master successfully finished with this part of the enemy detachment. He invited his deputy to go further on the road, because they had not yet figured out everyone who could aim at their team. As a result, they agreed that Inha would join Kim Khan, and the leader himself would go further alone. However, the descendant of the clan Lee asked his comrades to be familiar with the names on his list and continue to collect valuable signs. Li Call perfectly understood that the number of assembled tablets was precisely the most important in this exam. However, the main character realized that collecting signs at random was extremely ineffective. Therefore, he decided to find them in the vicinity around. With the help of his demonic eyes, the young warrior found the accumulation of signs quickly enough. It was completely nearby. After that, he was delighted that his theory worked. After all, it was a great opportunity to train your skill at the same time and establish the best control over it. Only when all visible signs were carefully collected, the heir decided to evaluate the contents of his bag. Of course, he was sincerely surprised that during the test, he managed to collect such an impressive number of plates. The young man did not even notice how the bag was sharply hung with prey. In addition to his great regret, he could no longer use his demonic eyes, since the exam almost came to an end. The battles stopped from dawn, distracting him. However, unexpectedly next to him, he felt the familiar presence of his younger sister and realized that if he would continue to avoid her, then the girl would clearly begin to annoy him with her perseverance. Then, with a gracefully landing on the ground, she cordially greeted her brother. However, Hyan was clearly disappointed that he was not at all surprised by her appearance and, it seemed, even knew that she was pursuing him. As a result, the girl was tired of these boring conversations with a bun brother, so she resolutely tightly tied her long tail. Obviously, everything was preparing to fight with his younger brother. She wanted to find out here and now to find out who is better than two of them, and if he wins with Hyun, or Call will be obliged to call her an older sister. However, the main character wanted to know what he would receive in case of his victory. Then the girl boldly suggested that in response, she would call him an older brother. However, this proposal only frightened him because it sounded like she had conducted some kind of psychological attack on him. But in the end, both resolutely agreed to fight and rushed to each other in a fierce battle. As a result, after the successful completion of the improving exam, the assessment system became even more stringent and demanding. The exam of this semester, in which two direct heirs took part at once, became a hot topic for discussion throughout the academy. Many expected that the eighth young lady would be in the first place, even despite the fact that she was a freshman, and more experienced Sabriks participated in the exam. Many also vividly discussed how the youngest bastard from the 5th grade of the first year of study showed himself. However, soon at the solemn delivery, all those present are numb with amazement when Lee Ch. Hall was awarded the prestigious title of the best participant in the exam. Obviously, the main character was sincerely grateful, although he did not expect him to be given such a high rank. It seems that the whole thing was that the administration could no longer show its preferences too openly. Of course, he understood that his sister could better cope with his task, but he took her all the nominal signs from her. Especially his students were proud of the mentor Zhang Hai. To be among the best cadet corps is a really great achievement. However, Li Kal only exhaled calmly, imagining how the aunt would like his outstanding achievement. At that moment, while all friends were going to congratulate Li Kal, the next to receive a rank called Inha. To his great surprise and joy, he was not left in the second year. He managed to go through an increase, taking the 13th place in the overall ranking. Taking these important papers, the guy stuttered, his hands trembled with excitement. And the young leader only smiled good-naturedly, asking for his deputy would not be arrogant, otherwise then he would not be able to rise even higher. After that, a green-haired classmate, who took 24th place in the ranking, was also warmly congratulated on the raising. Kim Khan was also increased, who took 34th place. Of course, he fell into a rather ambiguous position of the rating, and this somewhat disappointed him. But the comrade was sure that this was only his beginning, because in the future he would become as strong as a young master. All other students also clearly wanted to try even more, all because they already decided to radically change themselves in order not to be a burden and not to lead an unfortunate life. After all the guys were solemnly awarded, the main character sincerely praised them for hard work. He rejoiced that they received a well-deserved increase. Of course, the young leader planned to engage in individual training with those who were not promoted, but was glad that everyone coped with the test. But the heir warned his comrades that in the second year, testing would be even more complicated and more dangerous. In addition, there will be many guys who want to tear their team into parts. The descendant of the clan Li hoped that they would cope with new challenges, and those, it seems, only lit up with the desire to surpass themselves. And Li Kal sincerely believed, if they really continue to fight just as stubbornly, they would overcome any obstacles in their path. However, when the young warrior met with his younger sister, he was clearly difficult to recognize the results of this exam. She was firmly sure that if Li Kal did not take her signs, she would be the best student. The girl did not understand why he so brazenly robbed her. After that, with Hyun, she told in detail how it was hard for her to collect all these tablets again, which she lost due to her brother's insidiousness. In addition, she understood that if she had fewer opponents nearby, victory would be much easier for her. In fact, although the main character did not betray this, he realized that he really had to tinker with his sister for more than an hour. Although he initially believed that he could defeat her without much effort, the girl was clearly stronger than he imagined. She showed that she had not yet revealed the energy of her sword and did not learn how to fully use all the abilities. But if she managed to master all this, it seems that Li Kal would have no chance to win. However, unexpectedly with Hyun, she remembered the previously given promise. She already wanted to now call Li Kal as an older brother, but the main character hastily closed her mouth with her hand. And he menacingly warned that if she said something in this spirit, then he would sew her mouth without anesthesia, and she could no longer speak. After that, having calmed down, Li Kal invited his sister to hit the road so that they would not be late for an important meeting. As a result, the two found themselves at the luxuriously decorated doors. They came in order to meet with their powerful father. Immediately, being in a spacious office, the children bowed respectfully in a bow. The Lord wanted to discuss that his heirs had already successfully completed the first course of cadet training. He wanted to know what each of them saw or felt on this serious test. At this moment, the main character calmly drank fragrant tea, it seems, not understanding why his sister looks at him so closely. However, suddenly, forcing her brother to choke on a hot drink, the girl resolutely stated that she had seen the true face of their family. She knew that the whole system was based on brutal competition, but she personally saw how things that she simply could not endure. Obviously, the girl loved that everything would be honest, even if for many months she would leave. She would like to achieve everything exclusively on her own. The father understood that justice was a really good quality and realized why it was his daughter who chose the holy sword. Previously, it was more tearful and shy, but his youngest son was the reason for these cardinal changes. However, what the youngest son felt and expressed sincerely surprised his father. After all, the young heir believed that the Cadet Corps, the basis of the clan of martial arts masters, is fundamentally wrong. The head of the family was clearly interested in such a bold opinion of his son. However, Li Kal calmly made it clear that the cadets did not really fight. They can be weak or lose, but the one who stops the battle is not suitable for their clan. And he saw too many such cowardly guys. The problem was the inability of teachers or their vicious teaching methods. Obviously, the head considered this opinion very self-confident and even laughed mockingly. However, nevertheless, the words of his youngest son were admirable. The wise father was glad that each of the children formed his own thinking, being a cadet. But he asked them to always remain on the alert and expand the horizons of his gaze, because he understood that it was not easy, but necessary. Of course, after that, the children respectfully thanked the father, because some wise advice or instructions did not even expect to get from him. The Lord also heard about their work as cadets this year. The first year's exam may be distinguished by the level and tasks from the exam on the clan officer, but the content was identical. Nevertheless, his children realized that this test was arranged by their father and conscientiously fulfilled their duties. For this, of course, he would like to generously reward them. The main character was amazed that their father did this, who was always strict in matters of promotion and punishment. The first step was the eighth sister, who would like to have armor from the Dragon of the Check. The man immediately promised the girl that he would send an order to the weapons workshop so that she could pick up the armor tomorrow. The young heir did not come up with anything better than asking for permission to climb the mountain of heavenly forces. Such a request not only struck his father, but also forced his sister to consider the hero a real madman. However, when he was at home, Li Kal began to methodically pack all his supplies, herbs, encyclopedias, an iron boiler, and medical instruments. He knew that the mountain of heavenly forces was a sacred peak, where much of what would help to make powerful elixirs to him. On the family island, he could only prepare weak medicines, but now everything will change. Of course, the boy was amazed that his father really allowed him to go to the mountain of heavenly forces. Thanks to this, he will be able to pass the warrior test earlier. A warrior test is the last test for the clan for children, after which they are already recognized directly by warriors, and the places that they should visit include the mountain of heavenly forces. In addition, this mountain was a place that he was simply obliged to visit sooner or later. However, suddenly, when he almost finished gathering his backpack, unexpectedly knocked into his room. It was a concerned nanny who reported to the young master that he had an important message. As it turned out, the message was from the seventh master, who invited the boy to a serious conversation. The seventh brother prepared for a conversation with his younger brother, with whom they almost first saw each other this year, after the harvest fee. Of course, Li Kal was surprised that his brother remembered him even after their fleeting meeting. However, the seventh brother clearly did not consider himself so forgotten as not to remember such details. Li Kal himself carefully studied his brother's gaze. As expected, it was not so easy to make contact with him. It looked like an ordinary, friendly conversation between brothers over a cup of fragrant tea, but such an atmosphere only strained the boy even more. At this moment, the exquisite tea was finally served, and the elder brother suggested that Chol try it, because the hobby of the seventh brother was just growing and brewing tea. Li Kal was sincerely surprised, and even thought that the brother of all guests treated her tea. However, as it turned out, he was quite picky in the choice of guests, especially considering that now there were tea from a foreign plantation in the cups, which he visited 2 years ago. Looking at Li Kal, the seventh brother was surprised that even despite the fact that they had a relaxed conversation for a long time, the boy was in no hurry to find out the purpose of his invitation. As expected, he knew how to keep the situation under control, so this is not just some little boy with talent. But he himself was already tired of carefully to probe the soil, so he decided to openly talk about the reason why he called Kal to himself. He wanted to know whether the younger brother was aware that an incident with an attack on him during the test was planned by the sixth sister. It turned out that Lee Call heard and knew about everything that was happening. Therefore, the elder brother decided to explain that this was not his direct intention. The main character was not surprised, because his seventh brother is better known as a politician, administrator, and commercial figure than as a warrior. He knew how to build relationships without causing hostility, so people called him a golden sword. Surely their conversation meant only one thing: the seventh brother does not want to become an enemy of Lee Call. He even wanted to apologize to the boy, feeling his guilt. However, Lee Call did not see any sense in this. He perfectly understood that such things in competitions would continue to happen. In addition, he guessed that his brother would probably say that he had no choice because of the order of Mrs. Beck Dreckow. After these words, the seventh brother guessed that Lee Call considers him an enemy. It was amazing, because the boy could not think about someone who encroach on his people and openly plots something against him, otherwise about the enemy. The seventh brother clearly did not know what to do after what he heard. Of course, he could simply crush whether Call here and now to avoid troubles in the future. However, before that, he decided to ask what the boy wants to do for him. The main character wanted his brother to show a little sincerity, given that this time he was not injured alone. Of course, the seventh brother considered him an arrogant asshole who did not accept an apology but demanded compensation. However, he liked this character trait. Therefore, extending his hand for a handshake, he proposed sending a decent number of elixirs to the 5th grade students, as well as highlight the hero himself, a worthy reward. The young heir was grateful that his brother went to meet him, so he promised not to raise this painful question anymore. After that, the seventh brother only became convinced that, it seems, soon Lee Call will become a brother with whom things would be most pleasant. As soon as all things were settled, the main character decided to say goodbye and retire. Then the eldest decided to give him a wise advice. He asked to be especially careful with their sixth sister. Unlike the seventh brother, Lee Call does not like it very much. However, it seems that for the hero it did not matter, because he will not be in the house the whole next year. Somewhere at this time, Mrs. Back, DVI, continued to brutally punish her sixth daughter for a shameful failure. When she asked her mother to calm down, the lady even forbade the girl to call herself a mother, because she never raised children with such losers. Of course, the sixth mistress tried to explain everything and made it clear that she did not use the mission as an excuse to escape. However, the angry Beck, Jinyayoni, only ordered her daughter to shut up. What she did as a result was to escape, and it was just the action that Li's descendant should never perform. If she were her real child, perhaps her mother would endure. However, it seems that the sixth mistress decided to take responsibility for this failure. She offered to immediately go for this geek and crush it right now. However, the problem was that if this was possible, she would not put so much against her daughter. But now this bastard went to the mountain of heavenly forces for a whole year. Of course, perhaps the sixth mistress could fix something, but she failed. With this incident, she set up all direct descendants. Therefore, the mother warned that if a girl shows once again such a miserable sight, then it was clearly not to get off with simple blows from punishment. At that moment, the seventh brother came to visit the older sister. However, he noticed that the girl was lying in her own blood and literally washed her nails on the ground with rage. She vowed to herself that sooner or later Lee Call would definitely kill, no matter what it cost her. The seventh brother understood that the cause of her painful reaction was the excessive cruelty of their mother. After that, his older sister will be obsessed with the idea of making amends. However, he was only glad, even if the ninth brother and older sister are measured and prove which of them is more valuable. And this moment will come in a year, when Lee Kala will finally return from his dangerous journey. At that moment, the young heir got into a luxurious car, then he was clearly confused. He did not understand that the butler had forgotten here. However, the faithful servant made it clear that their paths accidentally crossed. He also decided to spend several days with the young master and then return to his affairs. However, looking at the excitement of the boy, he explained that he was not trying to put pressure on him. It's just the time to put the graves of the ancestors before the onset of the Lunar New Year, and he also needed to convey something to the keeper of the mountain of heavenly forces. Therefore, he decided to conduct Lee Call as the head of the family ordered. Of course, the main character understood that such a coincidence cannot be true, however, pretended to be glad that he would not go alone. In fact, although the appearance of the butler and his energy were like an ordinary person, he was not a simple servant. This person was one of the main leaders of the clan, which occupies a more important position than most elders, and Li Kal could not even imagine how great the distance between him and the butler was. However, suddenly the old man was interested in why the boy decided to stop at the Mount of Li Clan before entering the Mountain of Heavenly Forces. As it turned out, the reason was that he wanted to visit the family grave. Since these are his first steps outside the clan, he considered it his duty to pay tribute to his ancestors. In fact, it was a plausible excuse, because he wanted to show that an illegitimate child has come a long way to testify his respect. The butler was very delighted with the mind of the young master. He also believed that many elders with approval would react to such his decision. Then he decided to find out something from the young master. It was a simple question, whether the boy loves walks in the mountains. However, the heir has never been and did not climb the mountains, so I did not know anything about it. The butler honestly admitted that he always enjoyed mountain ascents. Once he climbed to a very cool peak, there was no road there, so he had to make his way himself. And he wanted to know how a young heir had acted in his place in this situation. The boy realized that he would probably rise in a wolf step, looking up only up, striving faster to the top, and would not have thought differently. And the wise butler realized that in this case, the boy would really quickly rise to the cherished goal. However, such an approach is not always effective. Sometimes you need to look back or sides to evaluate the terrain and make sure that the path continues to lead directly. After all, if you look exclusively forward, you can easily go off the route and forced to make a big hook. And the higher the mountain rises, the more often you have to look back. At this moment, the heir to the clan realized that it was not about any grief at all. The butler spoke of martial arts. After returning, the young man was too busy to have time to digest his newcomable abilities. However, he did not believe that this would become a problem. If such a state of affairs continues, then over time he will still look for something new. The young warrior thanked the butler for such kind words, and the old man only laughed at his senile grunt. Just at this point, behind a calm conversation, they arrived at the destination. The car stopped right at the foot of the mountain. However, when the boy stopped in front of the temple, he was worried. As far as he knew, only those who belonged to the genus by blood, or those who received special permission, could enter here. Therefore, he was worried about the fate of the butler. But as it turned out, the faithful servant received permission from the previous head of the family. The butler needed to put the grave in order before leaving. Before leaving, he decided to find out from the ward when he was going to hit the road. However, before the young man would like to visit the place where the clan was stored. After that, he headed forward, and at that moment, he had a feeling that he passed through some invisible barrier of the mountains of his ancestors. The feeling was strange, as if he had fallen into a completely different world. After that, whether the young one said goodbye to the butler, and the faithful servant left, hoping that the boy would find what he was looking for. After some time, the hero finally stumbled upon the grave of the first chapter of the clan. Going inside, he respectfully greeted the founder of the martial arts clan. Then he apologized for any of his act, which can now commit, even if he seems rude. However, he explained that he was doing this in accordance with the agreements prepared by the founder himself. Then he put the sword on the table in front of him. The heir knew very well that Black Dusk was a sword, but this is not his only function. Before returning, the older brother revealed to him a family secret. 9 seals were stored in the Black Dusk. The young warrior knew only about 4. The first of them served as evidence that he was the owner of this sword. The second is that he belonged to Lei clan. The third is that he passed the test created by the founder of the clan, that is, the navigation ceremony. At the moment, he broke a total of 3 seals. Therefore, having come here, he expected to see a hint to open the next press. At that moment, the blue force, emerging from the sword, was reflected in the mirror. There he saw the name of the mountain of heavenly power and realized that he was moving along the right path. As you know, the mountain of heavenly power is a place where the ancestor of the clan knew the energy of heavenly power and chose it as a place for the training of his students. In this place, there was a particularly strong magical aura. The young man believed that it was there that he should be. When the butler brought him here, he saw what admiration the ward experienced. It was obvious because it was not felt at all like a clan mountain or a red-blue island. The butler hoped that the boy would be satisfied with the results that he would gain. However, unexpectedly at that moment, a man with a bottle of alcohol appeared. The stranger grumbled in displeasure that some stray dogs always come. Immediately to defend the master and butler, the members of the detachment stood. While the hero was amazed at the fact that he did not even feel the approach of the enemy, the man only laughed. Looking around how they armed themselves with their swords, he suggested hiding his knives until he finally got angry. However, when they did not calm down, the stranger instantly attacked one of the fighters and immediately neutralized him. In less than a few minutes, a man, without spilling a drop of his alcohol, was already standing in the middle of many neutralized opponents. Obviously, he did not understand how they dared to attack him at all, if they did not even have a chance to win. After that, he turned to the butler, recalling that he had asked him to warn about arrival in a month, and if he came to him without a bottle of alcohol, he would severely punish him. Obviously, the butler tried to explain to the man that he was overly strict, and the stranger was only surprised when the old man became so impudent. Only then did the butler notice the incomprehensible gaze of his ward and realized that he was clearly late with the performances. The man in front of them was a mountain guard who guarded the mountain of heavenly power. Looking at the boy, the guard immediately realized that this was just the boy given from the street. However, the butler restrainedly introduced the hero as the ninth son of Prince Li Kal, who was about to climb the mountain. But first of all, the man decided to find out if the boy noticed how he was moving. Of course, Li Kal did not know that the stranger would understand his perspicacious power. In addition, the guard was clearly interested in the fact that the aura of young Li was like aura of Ji Xin, his father, although his smell seemed a little strange. At this moment, one of the demonic eyes of the boy failed. Then the guard noticed that with the eyes of the guy, there was clearly something wrong. Soon, raising his gaze at the man, the hero saw what was hiding from his ordinary human eyes all this time. But soon they had already entered the building, where the old man, flooding alcohol, rejoiced at the arrival of the guests, and also thanked the butler for bringing him such a good alcohol with a wood aroma. Li Kal, although not very well versed in alcohol, but looking at the bottle, was sure that this alcohol was clearly not cheap. And only when the guard got drunk to the dump, he finally decided to listen to his guests. It seemed to him that for sure whether Kal did not like much very much if he was sent here to training, but he was very surprised that the boy asked himself. This made him understand that the young man is indeed the one in whom all the threads of good luck and fate were intertwined. Li Kal himself was still thinking about the phenomenon that demonic eyes showed him some time ago. He saw the true personality of the mountain guard, whom he had heard before. It turned out that he was a goblin endowed with the ability to predict fate with the help of his eyes, in which there were stars. At this moment, the man, as if nothing had happened, decided to find out what the young man plans to do for this whole next year. Looking at the butler, the boy perfectly understood that everything he said would definitely reach his father. Therefore, he came up with a reason that could arrange everyone. After that, the young warrior left, because the guard said where the training site is located, and he immediately rushed there. The goblin also asked the butler to heal the wounds of his fighters and leave with them. A faithful servant only with restrainedly thanked that the guard allowed him to use his special healing water. However, now left alone, the mountain guard decided to find out what really brought them here, because he did not think that they came only to bring him alcohol. As you know, the guard loved to walk around the bands, so the butler offered to immediately return to the matter. As it turned out, the butler wanted to know from the guard if he had seen any heavenly signs. And as it turned out, the goblin really watched them, but he could say little about this. The butler only smiled, recalling that the goblin, who was offered to drink such a delicious alcohol, could not refuse them a request. The guard, of course, tried to argue, considering it blackmail, but when the butler recalled that he had brought more than 10 bottles of alcohol, he had no choice. Therefore, he loudly put the bottle on the table, exhaled noisily, and warned that a long way was waiting for them ahead. The gate has long opened, and humanity reached its peak and vague times awaited them ahead. But Goblin asked to tell the chapter so that he would not be very worried and follow the natural course of things. The butler, smiling, promised to convey the words of the guard. While Goblin recalled how he turned out to be a guard, he then lost to the head of the clan Lee in the Korean national wrestling. In addition, the guard noticed that the butler clearly sympathized with the boy, whom he brought with him. He, of course, tried to deny it, because he was equally related to the entire genealogy clan. And of course, the guard was more worried about where the boy wanted to go, realizing that most likely there would be nothing left of him except a piece of flesh. However, suddenly the butler asked the guard to look after the boy. In addition, he was sure that this too would be very fun, and they would definitely be able to find a common language. At this time, the boy just found the same training site. He went there with the help of a barrier. The hollow of a tree was connected to a secret platform. In addition, yesterday's entrance to the residence of the mountain deity also looked like a cave, possibly thanks to the magic of Goblin. After that, the young warrior undertook to knead the muscles, because he understood that he still lacks much. He had only 1 year for training. He had to be sure that he owns all his strength, magic, weapons, techniques, demonic eyes, sixth feeling, and even dark energy. His goal is to do everything 1,000 times. If he cannot get used to something, he will try again and again to the victorious end. All this time, Mr. Guard watched him from his special mirror and was amazed at the boy, because he first met such a person. He trained to exhaustion, and after restoring healing water. This resembled some kind of self-flagellation, and there was little benefit for the body from such a training. Finally, the guard realized why the fate of the boy looked so vague. He was destined to either die young or become a victim of an accident. But now he changed fate destined for himself and even challenged her. Because of his innate energy, the young man never saw a similar creature who would not have fate. It seemed to him that even the heavens themselves were already full of throat from this family, so thus recouped in his child. So 3 months passed, and a flowering spring came on the mountain. Initially, the butler promised that the guard would be fun with the boy. However, such a pastime quickly bored with the mountain guard, because the young warrior was solely engaged in trained all day in all days. In addition, whether Coles did not talk about him about anything, only once he came to ask for permission to collect healing herbs. But unexpectedly, the man heard a familiar piercing scream. He immediately got up, instantly recognizing the cry of a monster spirit, and thought that someone had penetrated the sacred mountains. Of course, this could not happen, given the established protective barrier. Nevertheless, the guard immediately sent his special mirror for observation in the right direction. Through the magic glass, he saw a small crying spirit, and at first thought that those guys were from the main house who delivered food and drinks. He was scared. However, the mountain guard could not understand what these villains created with him. However, he soon realized that everything was to blame Lee Call, who seemed to try to catch the monster. For this reason, the goblin immediately escaped from his home, loudly ordering everyone to stop. Then, in the blink of an eye, running to the hero, he began to report a young villain for arranging such a disgrace on his land. Lee Call only calmly greeted the mountain guard, whom he had not seen for a while. After which, he politely asked the man to leave for a short while, because he prevented him from continuing the work he had begun. However, the goblin continued to scold the boy indignantly for daring to attack this creation right before his eyes. The guardian of the mountains has never seen such impudence in life. It seemed that Lee Call did not understand what was talking about, and therefore the guard patiently explained that the spirit, behind which he was chasing and trying to grab, was a monster spirit named Packy. But apparently, the mountain guard did not expect that Lee Call was not going to kill this spirit. Only then did he notice a basket for healing herbs in the hands of a young man, as well as a sharp chopping tracker. However, at this very second, the hero saw his little spirit again and was about to rush at him. Only then, the goblin decided to finally find out why the boy continues to persistently pursue Pax. As it turned out, this little spirit was stolen by his precious elixir. After such an explanation, the hero immediately rushed to flee, plunging into a shock of a mountain guard. The old man, of course, tried to explain that Lee Call would never find a spirit that lives not only in the physical world. But to his great surprise, he noticed that the boy fled just in the right direction. Even with a very strongly developed sixth feeling, it would be difficult to do. And although the magical aura covered his swift legs, not a single damage was visible on the ground. The man was amazed that Lee Call became so fast. After all, only 3 months have passed since they had the last time they saw each other. Very soon, the guard found out how things really were. While Lee Call was looking for the last missing ingredients for the elixir, he also chased for Pax, who escaped after the theft of this priceless drug. Further, the young man explained that he made up that elixir from ginseng, who was at least 40 years old, or even all 50. It included the root of the white face, perennial grass, the petals of white phosphorus, the flower of the dragon scales, truffle mushrooms, and many other rare ingredients that were really difficult to get. The young alchemist made this medicine for long nights, almost no sleep, but now everything went to dust, and he was seriously disappointed. Of course, the hero felt upset because his main venture, for which he came here, crashed. However, Goblin only recalled that he allowed the boy to collect all the herbs that he wanted, and could not understand how such a theft could spoil him almost the whole thing. And then the young warrior realized a very important detail, since the guard gave him permission, and in the end, he made the elixir on his land, which means that it was a goblin's fault that he could not do his task properly. Feeling a sharp injection of guilt, the guard immediately promised to completely compensate the boy with the lost elixir. And the hero only smiled slyly, hoping that the mountain keeper would not forget his solemn words. After all, he already had 2 cherished requests that he would like the keeper of the mountains to fulfill for him. After that, the young man retired to his training ground. There he was met by a new terrible adversary to teach Korolov. Having tightly squeezing his true blade in the trained hands, he reminded himself that the forces of skills and auras should be used sequentially, and the power should be as flat as the first skill. After which he masterfully made the maneuver, blood blow. The scarlet thread immediately rushed to the enemy, deftly tied and immobilizing the queen, forcing her to freeze in place. At this very time, the young fighter was preparing for another crushing impact of internal energy, cutting wind power. As a result, in such a skillful way, he managed to inflict a huge dissecting wound throughout the body of the enemy. However, it seemed that he did not hit strong enough to finally kill the enemy. At that fateful moment when the return attack rushed to the hero, the guy clearly panicked, realizing that he would not have time to evade a deadly blow. But suddenly this formidable monster disappeared, turning into a small harmless amulet. All this was thanks to the wise goblin, who is now as if the caring nanny Li Kal agreed to help him in training. After the battle was completed, he offered the boy to rest at least a little. However, he was going to continue to train further. Then the guardian of the mountains asked Li Kal to concentrate and try to recall the object that he needed to improve skills. Immediately after these words, a distinct silhouette belonging to his mentor Zhang He appeared in front of him. Creating endless opponents for training, even the powerful magical power of Goblin began to gradually dry out. In addition, the man was struck by the fact that Li Kal managed to recognize the essence of his strength and decided to conduct training with him, being he wanted to get rid of this annoying boy as soon as possible. The second request, to collect magic grass, will not be difficult. In addition, watching the hero, he saw that the guy over the past 3 months has become much stronger, faster, and improved his combat skills. It would be more correct to say that he became even stronger and more hardy. The guard also noticed an unusual blade in his hands and realized that sooner or later they would have to seriously discuss it. Immediately after exhausting training, the hero went to swim in healing waters. He perfectly understood that if not for this healing water, he could not withstand all his intense training. Of course, it would be excellent if this miraculous water existed somewhere else other than this sacred mountain. However, suddenly, when he was about to get up from the natural pool, he felt someone else's approach. He did not feel this man until he came close enough. It turned out that the guardian of the mountains also decided to join his bathing. He also had a long, tiring day. Therefore, the mountain guard decided to relax a bit, and at the same time to talk with Li Ch about what, as it seemed to him, the boy rested too little. The hero was thought completely the opposite. However, Goblin had in mind his rest after intense training. Of course, the guardian of the mountains had already lived a fairly long life, but for the first time I saw someone to train so thoughtlessly and selflessly. Li Kal was too awkward to continue to sit in this company. Therefore, feeling that the body was completely restored, he decided to tactfully retire. However, it seemed that the guardian of the mountains did not agree with his hasty decision. He asked the boy to sit down. They had something to seriously discuss. Then he paid close attention to the mysterious thing that Li Kal waved all this time during training. He wanted to know where he got this unusual blade. The guard also solemnly promised that this important conversation would remain only between them. However, the story of how Li Kal found a sword could be closely connected with the mysterious origin of this ancient little thing. Then the young warrior calmly said that this weapon was called boundless, and he took it from the family warehouse. And although the goblin did not know how much the boy knew much, he saw something like a long time ago. It was still in a time when a powerful shaman lived, who could communicate freely with spirits and read predictions in stars. And he always carried with him only a mysterious stone. This stone could freely change the shape and create various types of magic, using only its hidden power. And since the shaman never took money for his priceless services, he became the best master of his time. However, once this damned stone absorbed him, first, the shaman lost a sense of humor and then became wild, like an angry monster. Everything happened very suddenly, in less than a year. And although it was not easy, some magicians managed to seal the shaman. That stone was destroyed. A huge number of wizards have put their strength together for this noble goal. This gloomy story was very similar to the one that the hero read in the Hall of Holy Texts. Therefore, he quickly guessed that the place where the shaman was sealed was called a Mountain of Thousands of Ghosts. But the evil shaman was sealed on the island in the eastern part. Then it became obvious that the boy had exactly read about something else, which means that stone and boundless were different objects, but at the same time, they were closely interconnected. Looking at the thoughtfulness of the guy, the guardian of the mountains decided to return to his instructive story. It turned out when he first saw Weather Call, he felt an unpleasant smell that came from mysterious stone. And even now, despite how long a young warrior has stayed here, it smelled of the same way. It was a strong, pungent smell, not human, not monstrous, and not spiritual. The guard suspected that the whole thing was just in this, boundless, because it was a foreign substance of unidentified nature. Therefore, he urged the boy to choose a better weapon and decisively abandon this dangerous blade. Li Call perfectly understood that the keeper's tone sounded like a soft sentence, but he felt a hidden threat, and his heart was anxiously contracting. He also recalled that he once received demonic eyes, and his father urgently recommended to seal this dangerous talent. However, the young man always knew that if he was given strength, he would subjugate it to his will and would use it. Of course, the man was struck by the fact that the boy was so impudent as to say like he himself. However, the guard patiently explained that this blade was a little more serious than his demonic eyes, although for Li Call himself, they did not particularly differ in the degree of danger. As a result, the goblin only rose with a gloomy smile, realizing that he had no choice. Therefore, he decided to attack the guy in order to force him to take this ominous weapon from him. At the last moment before the decisive attack, he stopped and made it clear that whether he was giving Call the last chance while asking for a good way. After all, a lot of time has passed since the goblin used his combat weapon for the last time. Therefore, he was not sure that he could control his destructive power to the end. But the young man smiled too calmly, explaining to the keeper that he could not kill him. Since the mountain guard protects this sacred mountain, he will violate the solemn oath with his attack. And of course, the guardian of the mountains was surprised when he realized that Li Call knew everything very well from the very beginning. Also, the boy knew very well that for the sake of protecting the mountain and helping her students, the guard gave a sacred oath to the founder of their family. Surely, the attack by the goblin simply tried to check his willpower. Li Call wanted to hope that Goblin was actually not going to take his boundless blade. The guardian was clearly struck by such an amazing attachment and resourcefulness of the young cunning, which Li Call wrote himself as a compliment. However, the boy was extremely interested in why the mountain guard did not try to select the blade by force, because he could write off it to the preposition of assistance. But he did not feel the dark energy that came from the ancient shaman. This blade was not like a monster living in the owner. This clearly saved the boy from many serious fears. However, although it seemed that their case was exhausted on this, Li Call considered it somewhat differently. Since the keeper just threatened the student with weapons, he had to atone for his guilt, and the hero was very meticulous in such cases. Soon, the young warrior returned to his temporary place of residence on the mountain of heavenly power. Meditating with a blade, he was finally able to read his hidden memories, although it took him a long 3 months of hard work. Before leaving to the mountain of heavenly power, the young warrior received 2 swords from his 7th brother. It was a masterpiece of judo and a Renberg blade, a weapon with congenital energy, which allowed him to exude a chilling cold. Since these swords did not have many accumulated memories, Li Call could deal with them in the main house. Now he decided to continue his study and check the true capabilities of the judo sword. Plunging into the second memory of the boundless, he saw a quarterly assessment of the cadet in front of him and received new amazing abilities from ancient weapons. It was the ability to copy the strength of any weapon, while the ability of attraction allowed to attract the weapon straight to itself. The hero guessed that since a simple copy of the form did not lead to the manifestation of the ability, perhaps he could use only the abilities of weapons that have mastered with the help of dark energy. Therefore, the heir to the clan decided to check his bold conjecture. To do this, he delved into the hidden memories of the Black Dusk. After all, he had already broken the seal on the family grief. The young warrior saw the very memories that opened him right before he broke the seal on the mountain. He understood that what would happen next would be the most important. Then the head of the clan, holding an ancient blade in his hands, decided to seal his sword, because he could no longer watch his destructive power influenced his children. The woman in white robes behind him decided to find out whether the chapter was sure of his decision, because then no one would be elected again with this sword. For the chapter, this did not matter, because if the sword did not initially suit a person, then it was better not to use it. For this reason, the mysterious woman applied her powerful seal on this blade. Then she also began to tell something important. However, the first time the young man could have heard almost nothing about the press that was removed. However, when he nevertheless heard, the woman warned that when the 3rd seal was removed, the abilities of the sword would open completely. The chapter did not bother the chapter. But before finally making sure that the case was completed, he decided to check his blade. At that moment, the hero began to observe whether mana would circulate in black dusk. What he saw made it clear that mana was no different in the Sword of Complexity. In addition, mana soared after applying the seal not only weak, she also dispersed. But still, even after that, the head decided to strengthen the protective seals a little. After these words, the hero instantly knocked out of immersion in memories. He himself finally realized how valuable a thing with the ability to disperse mana fell into his hands. After that, as before, training with his formidable opponent, Queen of Spiders, continued with renewed vigor. As a result, after a few more long and exhausting training, he finally managed to defeat his powerful opponent. The Keeper of the Mountain was clearly proud of the boy for his first triumphal victory after a series of painful defeats. This stubborn enemy alone took him 7 months of continuous struggle. However, Li Kal was sure that now the Guardian of the Mountains understood how strong he was in reality. The boy himself decided that on this, he could temporarily suspend his intense training. The goblin obviously liked this reasonable idea because he himself was not averse to relaxing from constant observation. However, the stop of training did not mean at all that they would continue to rest for the rest of the time. The hero thought about taking a serious challenge. He wanted to go through a test created by the spirit of the founder of the clan, called Becetious Dream. This test space was created specifically for the clan members, a fantastic dimension, which combined the power of ancient witchcraft and the power of the spiritual mountain, as well as the magic of goblins. It was here that those who could withstand this severe test were selected. This was another oath given by the Keeper of the Mountain. As it turned out, all this time the boy worked so hard only in order to test his true strength. However, Goblin believed that Li Kal does not yet have the necessary skills to pass the tests right now. However, he at least believed that the boy was at the level when he could experience his strength without deadly risk. Therefore, the guard allowed the 9th son of the family to undergo a test of bloodless sleep. The hero immediately shook his hand with sincere gratitude to the Guardian of the Mountain. After which they went to a large cave together, which served as the entrance to the bloodless dream. This cave was surprisingly very similar to the one that led Goblin himself into the dwelling. However, with its magical help, this cave began to lead to a completely different, mystical place. Therefore, as soon as he touched the invisible barrier, a huge metal door was immediately formed on the site of the cave. The goblin also warned that as soon as the boy goes inside, he could not go until the end of his test. And it seemed the young man was full of confidence that he would return soon. After that, the mountain guard looked at the boy and wished him good luck. And he already imagined how he would finally rest from this restless student. The hero, entering the mysterious gate, expected to meet with a man who was the god of war for some, and for others, a hunter for dragons or even a fictional character created as part of the legend. It was the one who created their clan and was considered the greatest warrior in the world. Therefore, the young warrior respectfully stood up to greet his distant ancestor, the founder of the clan. From one look at this man, he felt an incredible sense of presence. This man seemed to be really alive. As far as the young man knew from the history of the clan, only once in several generations, someone tried to win in the battle of bloodless sleep. The test conditions were simple. It was necessary to defeat the founder of the clan in the duel, who was 15 years old. To begin with the help of his demonic eyes, the hero decided to conduct an enemy reconnaissance. However, the founder did not wait, instantly killing the boy with one exact blow. Soon the boy woke up, scaredly trying to catch his breath on cold land. Only then did he realize that he died after he was hit by a blade. It's not that he lost his vigilance, he simply did not expect the enemy would begin to act so quickly. In addition, he had once cut his throat in another simulation, but then he was at least able to notice the movement of the enemy. Now he could only say that he was stuck in the blade in the chest. However, before drawing hasty conclusions, the hero shook himself in order to calm down and look around. He could definitely say that the founder did not use some secret art or technology. He also did not use any body-strengthening skills with the help of aura. However, suddenly the young man realized that even with his developed sixth feeling, he did not notice the enemy when his eyes were closed. Perhaps the point was that it was a blow that aimed at the enemy's weak place. However, this seemed almost unrealistic. To crank up this, the enemy had to calculate all his movements perfectly. The young warrior resigned himself to the fact that his opponent was incredibly strong. At this moment, the founder of the clan slowly approached Li Hall, radiating a bright blue aura around him. The guy's confidence was clearly diminished because he did not know whether he could at all defeat this legendary enemy. Events moved to the main palace of the Lee clan, where the butler said that he was called from the mountain of heavenly power. The chapter immediately guessed that his son probably decided to enter the gates of the bloodless sleep, where he was probably for some time. However, the head was sure that the boy certainly did not have a suitable level of skills, but he knew his son never completely lost to anyone. This has already been proven in contractions with the turtle and mountain, a double crown of the detachment of bloody games. If we talk about victories, then he did not win every time, but never played completely. To say it is easier, then his son has never crashed into an irresistible wall. He decided to find out from the butler whether he knows why the survival in the besetched dream is less than half. This happened because people surrendered in front of a wall called Lee Hulhyan. In his opinion, Lee Kala was a child who had never felt real difficulties before meeting with obstacles. Therefore, the chapter wanted to know what would happen to him when he stumbles on a real insurmountable wall. At this moment, lying on the cold earth, the boy could not believe that he died again from a blow. This time his enemy deceived his feelings and struck the side. The attack came to his blind zone. So the enemy had already figured out all his fighting patterns of fighting. Looking at his shaking hands, Lee Kal did not feel like this for a long time. He experienced disappointment, helplessness, and fear that he could never win. However, the young man swore to himself that he would not give up and would not break. It seemed to him that no one in this world knows the feeling of bottomless helplessness better than him. He was those who once sank to the very bottom, and now he could only get up again. Therefore, with renewed vigor and determination, he attacked his enemy, believing that all his attempts would not be in vain. In addition, with each painful defeat, he understood more and more the spirit of the founder did not possess any unknown force. His talent was an answer to all questions. Each time he instinctively knew that he would be the best decision at the moment of fate. In their martial arts, a centuries-old foundation was initially laid. This is surveillance of the movements of their enemy. In the last second before the next attack, the hero managed to apply demonic eyes. And then he saw how the attack rushed to him with a horizontal cut from left to right. This time he allowed himself to kill. However, he promised that the next time he would not give up so easily. Soon, he had already achieved that he could recapture the 4 strokes of the founder at once, and gradually, he was able to compete on equal terms with him. In addition, at this moment, realizing that he could not defeat the enemy with ordinary methods, the founder even applied the aura. This could not but please the hero. All his labors finally began to give tangible results. His own battle style was unique. He was non-standard and free. This was exactly what he had not enough for him before. This allowed him to treat any weapons, because all these techniques were based on an unshakable foundation. Now he finally understood the true goal of bloodless sleep. It consisted in destroying the true wall of the possibilities that man himself was usually. In addition, the founder did not have the strengths that the hero found in himself, and he did not even suspect about them. He remembered the words of Jian Hai, who explained to the boy that his magical talent was simply incredible. And now he was insanely grateful to Thune for all her instructions and advice. Therefore, he tried to attack his enemy with the magic blow of the Wind Way. As a result, in this way he managed to crush his legendary enemy, and this invincible wall finally began to crumble. The keeper of the mountain was clearly worried, because a month has passed since the bloodless dream began. Prior to the appearance of the Vector, he did not allow tests more than 100 years, but he would never have thought that in less than half a century another outstanding talent would appear. But suddenly he heard a loud sound and felt an earthquake that occurred in the mountains. He immediately crept in the thought that this was somehow connected with the hero. Therefore, the guard immediately ran to the metal door and froze, feeling powerful fluctuations in energy, realizing that the guy successfully passed this severe test. Having left the testing space as if nothing had happened, the young warrior calmly greeted the keeper and calmly explained that he had coped with his difficult struggle. However, only then, sitting and restoring strength, he began to admit that he would never want to go through this severe test again. From these sincere words, the goblin only laughed good-naturedly, because the boy did not look at all as if the test was so heavy and exhausting. Usually everyone returned from there with empty eyes, like the dead fish. Some even radically change character traits. Apparently, the fact is that everyone in this mystical test found his own answers to important questions. However, Lee Kal was clearly extremely interested in how his father felt after passing this test. The goblin only laughed good-naturedly, recalling what the current head of the clan said when he finally left. All that he did was thanked for the test, and after the end of the training, decided to return home immediately. In addition, the mountain guard Sly praised the boy because he did something truly incredible, having gone through this legendary test at the youngest age. After that, the keeper decided to ask what the boy was going to do in the remaining 7 months of his stay in these sacred places. However, the young man planned to take a short break and carefully systematize everything that he managed to find out in a whole year of persistent training. The guardian of the mountains only laughed mockingly. The boy promised that he would take a break, but he did not change himself and continued to persistently insist on hard work. After that, the boy smiled joyfully and reminded the keeper that it was time to get a well-deserved reward. Then he also, with a sly smile, reminded of all the formidable threats that the man showered him last time. And when the young warrior explained that he had a small request to guard, he became even worse for him. But as it turned out, the young man only wanted to lend his legendary baton for a while. From such an unexpected news, the keeper only hesitated. He perfectly understood that the boy was unlikely to be able to cope with her as he wanted. However, the hero continued to insist that there was nothing shameful in this. As a result, he did not leave the guardian of the mountain of choice. And opening his space, he took out a weapon. As it was known, the weapons of goblins were created from a particle of their soul mixed with a star, which is why it was so important for them. Having passed it into the hero of the hero, he warned that the boy would not even think of using a baton as a weapon, because he would receive an answer from the energy of lurking inside. But as soon as he let her go, the club flew to the ground with a bang. It was apparently the heir did not expect that she would weigh so much. It was not easy to keep it in one place. And the goblin, as if nothing had happened, left only by asking the boy to have fun for the last. After some time, the hero somehow brought a powerful weapon to the training site. The club was so heavy that he had to use his magical power to hold it, and this despite the fact that she was not even in her true form. It was said that only a wave of this baton can be caused by a destructive typhoon and tsunami, or even move entire mountains. If it were a complete form of the legendary club, then the weapon itself would become a real natural disaster. And of course, the reason he borrowed a club was one. He hoped that if the Black Sumrak belongs to the category of absorbing weapons, then he could absorb it or check in what conditions it works. However, suddenly in his head, he heard someone's mysterious voice. It was only one proposal, after which he became ill and he fell on the cold land. But still, the young man managed to read something hidden inside an ancient club. Of course, he was thrown out after the first sound, but if he can read memories, then he can absorb them. And in this case, he will be able to cope with the weapon, which was not subject to any person earlier. As a result, the time of the hero came to leave these sacred places. To do this, he collected all his few belongings in order to go on a long way. The guardian of the mountains went out to spend the boy, finally realizing the reason why it was restless at the foot of the mountain in the morning. Today has been exactly a year since Lee Call has been in this amazing place. Immediately, the goblin took out a bag of salt and tightly squeezed it in his hands. He was going to sprinkle everything with salt when the boy would leave to get rid of evil spirits. The hero only laughed merrily at his words and promised that the next time he would have visited the goblin in order to say hello. And the man only sighed sadly, recalling that he would not miss the boy if he comes empty-handed. And he demanded that when the young man would look at him, he would take more quality drink with him. In the last second before leaving Lee decided to find out from Goblin if he was pleased with his secluded life in the mountains. The guard did not know how to answer it, especially considering that he simply had no choice. It may seem that he is sitting as if behind bars, but sometimes he went out to eat and drink everything he wanted. Therefore, he did not experience much discontent. After that, the mountain keeper asked the boy not to bother him anymore and finally get out aside. However, before the final departure, the hero solemnly promised that he would someday return his true name to the guardian of the mountains. Looking at Lee Call's smiling face, the man could not understand how he found out about everything. Before leaving, the boy only asked for the time to come. The goblin helped him. The man himself, looking after him, still did not understand where his innermost secret became known to the young warrior, and considered this a strange coincidence. Everyone was known to the story that a goblin lived a long time ago, who wandered around the country's 8 provinces and caused all kinds of troubles to people. The man caught the goblin, defeated him, and then generously released him. Goblin, unable to admit, demanded a fight in the Korean national struggle. Having lost again, Goblin gave 2 solemn promises. Firstly, he had to manage the mountain and help students. Secondly, he was supposed to create a bloodless dream and choose those who will take tests in it. But this was only part of the world known. However, there was another part of the story, unknown to anyone. When a person defeated the goblin, he decided to make him not to create problems for people anymore. And as a sign of this, he took his name, because the name is the very essence of the being. Thus, the soul of Goblin became the founder in the pledge. But he promised that for the goblin, this would not necessarily have a bad effect. He also promised that one day a child would appear in which his blood would flow, and that only he could return the name to the goblin, and only then will their sacred contract be completed. And of course, it was hard to believe the keeper of the mountain that it was Li Kal who was those who were able to cope with this task. In addition, he was angry that now the boy, promising to return his name, left, leaving him with an empty hope. Therefore, he went to his home in order to scatter more salt from uninvited guests. Soon the hero finally arrived home. Unfortunately, due to the press on the Black Dusk, he had to linger a little more on the mountain of the Li clan. However, to the surprise of a young warrior, he came to meet a butler. The young man immediately realized that since the butler went out to meet, he probably called his father. The faithful servant also promised that he would ask someone to take his luggage and asked the boy to go straight to the main building. Immediately the hero approached his father's office. However, it turned out that this time the place of the meeting was different. For this reason, they headed directly to the training ground. The heir knew well that it was a training site, which was intended exclusively for the family. There, the father was already waiting for the hero with his blade. Looking at him, the young man was still amazed. Despite the fact that he himself became much stronger, he could not even imagine at what level his father was. While the boy bowed respectfully, welcoming his father, the man immediately realized that his son had achieved noticeable progress. However, it was anyway whether Coles admitted that, when he sees the head of the clan, he immediately recalls how much he still lacks. The chapter was clearly pleasantly surprised that in a year his son learned to flatter in solitude. Even a young warrior did not understand when he managed to joke, since his father laughed. At that moment, a butler came up, who reported that he had prepared tea for them. Therefore, the father invited his son over a cup of fragrant tea in order to find out in detail how his year passed. The chapter really wanted to know what the son experienced, without any official. After all, if he wanted to listen to a formal report, he would not call Kal personally. The hero, of course, did not know what to tell his father if he wanted to hear a real story. But still, he told everything as it really was. The head experienced strange feelings. For the first time, he heard from his child not a report of achievements, but just an impression of training. After listening to everything to the very end, he realized that the boy spent time in vain. And the boy was really not going to abuse the capabilities that his father gave him. However, the master was clearly interested in why the son returned so late today. Li Kal explained that he decided to stop at the mount of the Li clan in order to testify his respect to his ancestors. Father clearly felt that this was not the only goal. Therefore, the young warrior admitted that he would like his actions to know the elders. However, immediately a loud voice rang out in the entire room. The chapter was clearly outraged that the son became arrogant after success. He could not believe that the boy seriously told him that he used a visit to the sanctuary of his ancestors only for his own prestige. And obviously, the boy was amazed, feeling tremendous pressure in his body. However, realizing that he would often have to visit the clan's mountain because of the Black Dusk, he could not go through such criticism every time. Therefore, the young man said that he wanted to show compliance with traditions and respect through actions. He was called an illegitimate child, but Li's blood still flowed in him. Therefore, he dared to try to become an example for the rest. For this reason, his father forgave his son this time, but asked him to be careful so that this would not turn into indulgence of his desire. However, the head also knew that there was still something that the boy had missed. He remembered exactly how he allowed him a trip to the mountain of heavenly power, but did not allow him to go through the test of bloodless sleep. The only thing the young warrior asked for is permission to train on the mountain. But it turned out that he deceived his father, so he must be punished, and the head led the guy behind him. When they were on the training site, without waiting for an explanation, the head ordered the guy to get his weapon to check what he managed to achieve. Initially, the boy was wondering why his father called him to the training ground, but finally everything fell into place. When Li Kal reached for the Black Dusk, his father noticed that he doubts that the boy could show everything that he had learned with the help of this weapon. And then the hero realized that his father knew everything that he hid. Therefore, he took out a blade that all this time was stored in his magic ring. The father seemed to show no interest and only invited his son to attack. Immediately, the boy activated his ability, Demonic Eyes. To To surprise, he did not see anything. There were no signs of magical power or energy around the head of the clan. Even his demonic eyes could not see anything. In this case, he did not need to use them, as this only took concentration. Especially considering that against his father, it was not intelligence or warm up. So there was no choice but to give up immediately. Therefore, he joined with the attack, using the first equipment of the unlimited blade. It was the technique of the dissecting demon. He put the aura of piercing wind and ice air into this attack. Even if he could not reach the toes of his father, he hoped that this attack would produce at least some effect. However, to his great surprise, the head of one wave of the sword managed to completely dispel his blow. After that, he asked the boy to stop the attack. Father quickly guessed that perhaps this was the very answer that his son received, having met with their founder. And he turned out to be right, after all. Just a young warrior showed his father a talent that was inherent only to him. No one had it. And he constantly broke and crushed this talent to fill a strong foundation that did not shake. The father understood this is a worthy answer after a month of continuous battle with the founder. Looking at his son, Gi Shin realized that the boy had chosen a difficult path for himself. However, the head of the clan was proud of him because the young man did not flinch and did not break under the weight of the tests. After that, he stopped to ask how his test in a bloodless dream went. However, the hero could not express this in words. Then it became obvious, if the boy could not summarize his experience, it means that he realized was not yet fully belonging to him. In addition, the father felt that the attack, which Li Kal had just carried out, was far from the best that he was capable of. And in fact, the heir to the clan also perfectly realized this. The father only calmly warned that if a young warrior arbitrarily joined the bloodless dream and could not show any results, he would be punished severely for this. However, instead of punishment, the head decided to find out what the guy plans to do in the future. As it turned out, Li Kal had something important that he wanted to ask his father about. He had a third course of study in the Cadet Corps, but the hero understood that the level of ordinary cadet had long surpassed. He wanted to know the world, so he asked his father to allow him to start a warrior's journey ahead of schedule. It turned out that the head of something similar was expected, believing that this was the reason for a trip to the mountain of heavenly power. Li Kal honestly admitted that most of all, he wanted to increase his level of skill. Father calmly exhaled and realized that the habit of trying to achieve several goals at the same time could someday play a cruel joke with his son. And obviously, the young warrior promised that he would keep this wise instruction in memory. In fact, he perfectly understood that it was both advice and warning at the same time. After which the head decided to discuss the trip of the warrior. As you know, this is the last test that you need to go to a direct heir to the family. There you need to train and grow power without counting on help until a person returns to the family, being an adult. However, there is no installed test here. Instead, a family member should return with an achievement that everyone recognizes. The head believed that at 15, it was too early to go on a trip because they usually go at 17 to 18 years. Nevertheless, he also understood that Li Kal does not fit into any universal framework. And personally, the head has already confirmed that he had a power, the equivalent warrior of the 5th grade. Seeing this child, other children will probably not retreat either. Therefore, he allowed him to go on a warrior's journey. However, he also had 2 conditions in this regard. Immediately after the meeting, the young warrior moved to the administrative part of the clan. And he met his uncle after his return. He immediately hurried, his uncle, seeing the boy, and he immediately began to praise him with admiringly for the fact that he tried so well. In addition, he admired how the guy grew up until they saw each other. When they sat down at the table, the young man noticed that his uncle looked a little tired. As it turned out, the reason was that he was very busy recently. But as it turned out, the hero decided to please his uncle and prepared a special gift for him. It was a pill that he made with his own hands. Of course, this was not some kind of super artifact, but he would give his uncle a significant increase in vitality and magical energy for several years. The uncle was very touched by the fact that the nephew took care of him. Then he took the medicine and sniffed. It smelled of a fresh forest after the rain. Li Kal only smiled and explained that even the guardian of the mountain admitted that this pill was excellent. Therefore, he suggested that Hun try her right now. Obviously, the advisor was very surprised that this medicine was so effective that even the goblin approved him. Then he swallowed the pill without hesitation, and all questions disappeared at the same moment. If someone is practiced in magic and accepts this pill, then he will undoubtedly be able to advance far. He was impressed by the result, with the exception of the instant effect of the drug, it was not much different from the spiritual elixir. And he was amazed at what his talented nephew managed to do. In addition, he especially wanted to find out the recipe for this pill. Moreover, it turned out that Likal could even replace some rare ingredients in it with more affordable, although the effectiveness was slightly reduced. It would seem that the advisor will definitely want to know the recipe for this wonderful pill. However, he, on the contrary, asked his nephew not to tell this recipe and keep only in his head. Later, when he grows up, he will be able to use this knowledge in various ways. The hero to the core touched by the fact that the uncle first thinks about his future. The young warrior realized that he had not changed at all for this year. And the young man wanted to count on the help of his uncle in an important business. He agreed to help his little nephew in the future. In addition, he decided to discuss rumors that Likal was going to go on a warrior's journey. He also perfectly understood that this news would probably cause a lot of controversy. They will inevitably talk about favoritism. And since no one can blame the chapter, all the views will be directed precisely on the hero. In addition, his uncle was worried that a warrior's journey requires permission not only of the head of the family, but also to the council of elders. And Likal, as you know, did not like it very much. Therefore, he invited the boy to abandon this venture. As it turned out, the heir to some extent foresaw his uncle's fears. Therefore, his father set the conditions, and now he turned to the clan advisor for help. Soon the hero returned to his training ground. He wanted to relax a bit and work out tricks. However, as expected, learning about the arrival of his nephew, Aunt immediately came to him. After that, her joy was replaced by anger. She reminded the boy that he had to come to her as soon as he arrived home. The woman was very angry that instead of seeing her, he preferred a meeting with her younger brother, especially considering the latest news that he had just returned and was about to go on a warrior's journey. However, the aunt was really surprised at how the boy grew up. His magic reserves almost doubled, and the magical system became stronger, which could not but surprise. The hero also boasted that he managed to master all the skills of working with the aura that Aunt told him in advance. Aunt was happy, because then the nephew reached the level of the 3rd star. And although she wanted to test his abilities, she prepared a gift for the boy. After all, she ended spells for other levels of the aura, and she wanted to try them. However, the hero apologized and explained that he did not think that he could go right now. The thing was that from today, he will be very busy. At that moment, the hero unexpectedly came to visit one of the brothers, surprised at the good relationship with his aunt. It was Zhang, his first brother. Aunt was clearly angry for the first heir, because he said that he would be very busy, and he himself came to train the youngest of the brothers. However, he only rubbed his head in displeasure, but recalled that he had already helped her to deal with everything she asked about. The hero could not even believe that despite all his employment, Zhang really helped their aunt with research. In addition, as it turned out, the materials transferred by Zhang were so rare that they helped the first heir in his personal training. Then, having decided to move away from the topic of martial arts, the hero decided to find out how his brother as a whole is doing. Everything was really good for that. However, it seemed that his first brother was hard to believe that the hero had gone to the mountain of heavenly power without even saying a word about it to his older brother. The boy only apologized because he was on the trip all the time, and as soon as he returned, his father called him. Not so long ago, the head of the family called his first son and asked him to teach their youngest all the basics. The father understood that such training would probably go more smoothly than if the elders were doing this. As a result, his first son first thought, but still agreed. However, before leaving, Zhang asked him to prepare well. And his brother only smiled, thanking the advice. He was still thinking about the test of bloodless sleep. This is the exam that even Zhang was not allowed to take. For this reason, the man perfectly understood why his father asked him to teach his younger brother. He wanted him to look at the younger and be inspired, or maybe he wanted them to start his competition. Therefore, the eldest immediately went to his younger brother, realizing that after meeting with him, he would receive answers to his questions. In addition, now the elder brother explained to the boy that he had free time due to the fact that he was the only one who gained full access. Complete access is awarded to the one who received all the techniques from the predecessors, including basic skills, military arts of internal style, and secret family techniques. And one of the conditions that the father set to pass the trip of the warrior is to undergo training in all basic family techniques. Obviously, the boy was surprised that his older brother would be to teach him everything, although he believed that it was the duty of elders. However, Zhang himself understood that the younger brother would not be able to get a full-fledged education from them. After that, they remembered all the subjects who managed to happen because of these elders. For example, an attack during the naming ceremony, sabotage on the exam for raising and enrolling the Cadet Corps to the worst class of the Cadet Corps. Therefore, the hero had no choice but to thank her older brother for his help. Only then, looking at the hero, Zhang realized how much the boy grew up. Previously, he could see the stream of his mana, only concentrated, but now it was impossible to ignore them. However, it seemed that Zhang did not even upset that his brother could catch up with him at such a young age, because he always wanted to have an opponent whom he could be equal. However, it seemed that the aunt was not at all to their liking. Everything looked so that the nephew completely forgot about his dear aunt. After which the woman decided to leave, and the young man offered to see her in the evening. It was apparently the aunt expected that the boy was going to forget all his promises and devote himself to training. But he assured her that the teaching was teaching, and the study with the aunt was something completely different. And of course, the hero could not miss the chance to work side by side with such a famous master and with such deep knowledge in the mana technique. Of course, these words made Aunt be proud of herself, because she was really widely known in the world. Aunt decided to enter his position, after which she, already happier, said goodbye to her nephew and hurried about her business. The hero with his older brother rejoiced that they finally managed to get rid of this problem. And just the time has come for the older brother to make sure that Li Kal will perfectly fall under the criteria that their father established. Even if the boy had not yet coped yet, his brother was ready to deal with him for a week after a week. After a while on the training ground, the hero continued training, and at first the basic lessons with the older brother Zhang were simple. However, soon the training acquired a completely different, much more exhausting form, as if turning into a test on the verge of human capabilities. The reason was that the precious time was disastrous to study certain approaches or complex theories, and the only rest for Li Kal was only short breaks between their fierce contractions. In fact, it was an endless duel, as close as possible to mortal battle, where each movement could be the last. Zhang was firmly convinced that it was best to study immediately in practice, in the crucible of real battles, than to listen to some boring lectures in stuffy audiences. In addition, an experienced warrior urged his younger brother to use his demonic eyes more actively in order to correctly predict the enemy's movements and move competently in battle. Hearing this wise instruction, the protagonist immediately resolutely rushed into the duel with new energy. Although he saw every movement of his older brother with the help of his supernatural eyes, there was such an oppressive feeling that he could not heal after him. Sword strikes were applied at completely incomprehensible corners, and not only its joints should not have been capable of such acrobatic tricks. It was this bewildered look that the insightful Zhang caught, and he instantly realized that his younger brother considered what was happening something impossible and contradicting the laws of nature. However, the mentor only grinned and patiently explained that the bodies of the members of the noble family Lei were much stronger and more resilient than he thinks. In that fatal second, when the tip of the sword almost touched the hero's face, threatening to leave the ugly scar, he desperately ordered his body to obey. In such a miraculous way, a young warrior managed to avoid a very serious injury in the last moments that could forever change his fate. Seeing that his ward began to catch up so rapidly, the training took place amazingly quickly, because Li Kal already knew the foundations of martial art. However, before the young descendant of the clan Li was simply not capable of such complex and elegant movements, requiring incredible flexibility and coordination. But Zhang suddenly remembered the amazing fact that he himself was not allowed to enter the sacred bloodless dream. Perhaps such a phenomenal learning of his younger brother was thereby enlightenment, which he reached in the mystical space of the tests. For this reason, the mentor finally decided to significantly increase the complexity of their training, because he was sincerely interested in seeing whether Chol could succeed in mastering even more complex techniques. From his piercing gaze, the main character went goosebumps throughout his body. He perfectly understood that his brother was very serious and would no longer stand on ceremony. And only when the late evening has already come, staining the sky in crimson tones, their exhausting training finally ended. The elder brother only awkwardly apologized to the hero, because obviously, when working out new blows, he went too far with intensity. However, whether Kal's beaten, sitting on the destroyed floor of the training site, did not be sad at all after all. This should be a real training of a warrior. Zhang was especially glad that his brother began to slowly understand everything. This was not surprising, because the mentor said that their family members had strong bodies, and they really turned out to be much stronger than ordinary people. They had tendons like a wire, the muscles are flexible and elastic as rubber. This strong body became the stronger, the more a person trained. Then the main character understood the fundamental truth. Since he can normally perform movements, which usually create a load on the body, this was the basis of their family art. The elder brother really praised him with a smile, because he had already caught the principle of unusual movements. In addition, the hero worked hard all week to remember the lessons of his mentor, but he himself believed that this was still not enough. Zhang was amazed. Even in order to master the level that he himself owned, it took months of training, and the younger brother managed much faster. In any case, the older brother sincerely praised the boy for a good training and recommended that he go to the doctor for examination and treatment. Then he said goodbye, promising to visit tomorrow at the same time. The protagonist decided to spend time analyzing their training, and only after Zhang left did the young heir calmly exhaled. Looking around his body, he reflected on the basic form of a limitless blade, on which movements were based on infinity as a theory. It was an endless change. There was also the main family technique that maximally used physical capabilities based on the characteristics of the body. The principles of both techniques were incredibly similar. The difference is that the main equipment of the clan is focused on working with the body, while the technique of unlimited blade was concentrated on weapons. Thanks to this, the hero became much easier to understand both techniques, and perhaps they came from one source. He remembered that man in the memory of a limitless blade. He possessed the features of the clan Lei. It seems that the boundless blade was closely connected with the past of their family. In addition, Li Kal had the feeling that he had discovered only part of the secret. In the future, even more amazing discoveries await him. He understood that time would fly quickly during training. Soon, all influential elders and approximate clans gathered for an important meeting. Finally, the main elder arrived, apologizing for being late. After which he sarcastically drew attention to the advisor to Ji Hun, who, despite employment, nevertheless honored them with his presence. However, Ji Hong only calmly explained that he could not deal with work, missing the meeting, so he decided to come this time. Nevertheless, the old man indicated that the explanation was not fully honest. After all, he, like all gathered, probably heard the story that the youngest illegitimate son decided to submit a petition to send a warrior on the journey. Immediately, all the rest rustled, not understanding how such a young guy could go on a warrior's journey. In addition, he was a bastard. Obviously, they were indignant that such an impudent, ragged man turned directly to the head of the family. The head of the meeting reported that the boy asked about this immediately after he returned from the mountain of heavenly forces. However, the main elder quickly reassured everyone, explaining that they understood everything wrong because the head of the family has not yet made a final decision. He said that the decision would be made after a meeting with the elders and assured that the final decision was in their hands. In this case, they will be able to calmly refuse this small guy. But not everyone felt that everything would be so simple. The head of the family said that the child had the level of force of a 5th-grade warrior, and since he even passed a bloodless dream, they had no reason to refuse him a request. And so they ended up at the epicenter of chaos because of an illegitimate child who neglects traditions. They will have to come up with a suitable excuse for refusal. At that moment, the advanter of Ji Hun asked for the word from the old man. As far as it was known, this man never accepted anyone's side in the political arena. The elders who followed him described it as a gray figure that pretends to be neutral, avoiding obligations. Now, looking at Ji Hun, the elders thought that the man would side Li Kal. After all, they were both bastards, and the advisor obviously guessed about this fact. As it was known, there were 3 trials that the heirs of the direct branch of the Li clan should pass. Direct descendants who have passed all 3 were considered high-ranking faces in the family. This is the ritual of growing up, the naming ceremony, and the journey of the warrior. This granted authority, including the right to attend important collections of the council. Such a person was equated with the elders. Of course, Ji Hong understood that narrow-minded elders, obsessed with blood purity, would not be allowed. Therefore, he guessed that Li Kal brought him an elixir in order to ask for something like that. Obviously, the advisor doubted a little whether he was doing the right thing. However, in the end, he wanted to speak out, and the main elder gave him a word. Nevertheless, the old man did not forget to sarcastically note that the advisor was close enough with the youngest illegitimate child. Of course, Ji Hong caught this hint, but calmly admitted that he could not but admire the child who put so much effort in the development. He also believed that the plans against Li Kao were too cruel. Of course, the child had reasons, but they could not ignore traditions and procedures. Therefore, the advisor believed that it was necessary to show the younger that there are things that he cannot do as he wanted. Everyone was surprised by the position of an advisor. Many believed that he did not like traditions and procedures. However, Ji Hong only laughed, explaining that dislike of them does not mean a misunderstanding of their importance. Being an ordinary performer, he was afraid that everything would be too tough and formally. The main elder realized that Ji Hong had in mind. Therefore, the elder decided to find out what decision the advisor offers. According to Ji Hun, the best proof would be that the youngest will publicly prove his abilities. The old man indicated that the head of the family had already recognized the boy of the 5th grade warrior. However, they did not attest publicly, and the main elder realized what the advisor was hinting at. After which the man spoke out directly. It would be nice to let the boy prove strength in the public arena. Obviously, the proposal turned out to be reasonable, and given the actions of the younger, everyone was sure that he would not refuse such a challenge. Therefore, the time has come to choose a worthy enemy. Many considered the right one, who recently returned from a warrior's journey. They knew that the 7th heir would not agree, so it came to the 6th lady. In principle, Ji Hong agreed that her candidacy would be appropriate. And if the elders were worried about the balance of power, then they could impose restrictions on the girl. The main elder realized that this was a good idea, especially considering that he recently received a notice from Mrs. Bak Gran Yoni that the 6th has been hostile to the illegitimate. As a result, the chief elder spoke out for this idea and decided to ask the opinions of the rest. The decision seemed good and acceptable to everyone. Therefore, if the head of the family accepts their proposal, then everyone was agreeing. The meeting was completed at this. However, before farewell to the advisor, the chief elder thanked him for his hard work. It even seemed to him that perhaps he misunderstood Ji Hun. Nevertheless, the elder wanted to know what prompted an advisor to such a wise decision. Of course, the man tried to explain that he had already voiced the reason earlier. It was a sincere concern for traditions. And the old man pretended to fully understand the devotion of the traditions of their advisor. However, the elder recalled that even when a person pretends, even the smallest details are important. In principle, Ji Hun was not at all surprised, because he already understood that this insightful old man would definitely suspect something. But he smiled as if nothing had happened, only laughing at the fact that he was accused of pretense. Then the wise old man gave up in his attempts to unravel the true motives. However, he recalled that in a good game, every look, every word is important. And even the fact that the advisor was the only one who continued to call Li Kao, the younger, while everyone else called him illegitimate, gave out a solution to why his lie was so easily perceptible. Events moved 3 weeks after the council, to the same training site, where the main character continued his fights with a mentor. For some reason, he had a strange foreboding that this duel would become their last. Myunjong even considered it amazing, given how yesterday he greatly beat his younger brother. However, Li Kao showed the skill that his older brother probably felt. Therefore, Myunjong grabbed his blade tightly, wanting to feel all the skill of the youngest. Immediately, the mentor noticed how the manner of the battle of the younger brother changed, for which he could be proudly praised. The young heir at this time tried to apply his 6th feeling. And demonic eyes and all transcendental abilities developed in the process of long training. They allowed to recognize the trajectories of the sword movement, so he could completely evade them and remain intact and unharmed. And so, deftly evading the attack, he finally got into a direct confrontation with his brother. Of course, the older brother had more forces, so while he landed on his feet, the main character Kuburoma fell on the ground. However, after that, the guy laughed merrily and congratulated his brother on the fact that he finally mastered basic techniques. Myunjong considered him a real genius, because even he himself took a whole 3 months of persistent training. However, in principle, this pace was acceptable for the hero. He gave himself a week to feel the equipment and 2 more to get used to it. It took only 33 days to apply magic and complete the study of the foundations. Of course, this was not within the power of the rest of the students, so Li Kao did not cease to surprise everyone with his abilities. After that, the mentor agreed to officially confirm that the younger brother mastered all the foundations of martial art. In addition, it seems that he has learned something more during their intense training. The main character was only amazed that nothing could hide anything from his insightful brother. As it turned out, during their classes, the guy began to think about creating his own techniques and movements. And when Myun Zhang offered him his help in this matter, the young warrior was very grateful for this. Somewhere at this time, in a dense forest, the sixth heiress passed the next dangerous mission. She was still angry with Li Kal, who was insignificant but imagined about herself. In addition, because of such a geek, her mother sent her daughter to all sorts of dubious tasks. All because the maternal anger still did not subside after the shameful failure of the girl. At that moment, a monster jumped in a huge size right from the back to the mistress, trying to grab her in bony paws. However, the angry heiress instantly killed this beast, using only one hunting knife. She only glanced at the monster, and again disappointed, even with him, she was too boring. As it turned out, this year she has already gone to tasks 20 times. It was her 21st exit, and almost always she had to just kill the monsters. But usually she performed such tasks 4 or 5 times a year. But finally, the promised year passed, and when she returns to the family, finally this geek was also supposed to return from the mountain. Suddenly, one of the detachment of dark swords joined the lady. He introduced himself as the 12th part of the dark sword detachment. However, the girl was wondering why one of the personal guards of the main elder came here. It turned out that he arrived to tell her an important message from the head of the council. From what she heard, the girl sincerely laughed, really not restraining emotions. She was glad that everything was so successful, and her geek brat with his own hands dug a grave. In addition, the advisor presented such an idea well to the advice of elders. Therefore, she asked the warrior of a dark sword to inform that the message was received, as well as the fact that she really was looking forward to this day. All in order to finally trample the hero. Soon after the end of the training, the protagonist came to his uncle, apologizing for being late. The first thing, he had congratulated his nephew on the fact that the young warrior had already known the foundations of family art. Uncle also said that a detailed schedule of upcoming events had already been announced, and he came to talk about it. Li Kal, only with a slight smile, explained that if they had not contacted him according to the official document, he himself would have come to his uncle. However, after these words, the man only sighed heavily. He wanted to know if his nephew was nervous before the upcoming test. However, it seems that he really did not see the reasons for particular anxiety. The whole reason was that everything went exactly as he expected. His father allowed him to go on a warrior's journey, but put forward 2 strict conditions. At first, he had to learn the basics of family martial art. Fortunately, thanks to previously studied magical techniques, he managed to master the basic basis in a short time. And then there was a second, most difficult stage, to receive the approval of the Council of Elders. When his father told him about this, he also invited the boy to use any methods. If he doesn't have enough words, without this, he will not be able to go on the welcome journey of the warrior. Currently, the boy's boy did not have many reasons to interfere in the affairs of the council, so he decided to act exactly as he preferred, through a trick. Under the pretext that he needs to prove something to the elders, he proposed to appoint a duel with the 6th sister. The young man asked his uncle to arrange everything that way, then the elders had no reason for refusal. The boy personally created a situation in which a warrior can go on a journey, because the ability to adjust circumstances for himself is necessary for those who are engaged in politics. This was in itself a test. However, it seems that Uncle sincerely did not understand how the boy could be so relaxed. Li Kal tried to explain that he believes his uncle would cope with his request. However, the case concerned not only this. Ji Hona was worried that the 6th sister really dislikes the hero. No matter how much he communicated with the girl personally, the advisor could probably say for sure, this duel will definitely not end with good. He wanted to know why the choice fell on her. However, when the nephew explained that he was in debt in front of this girl, it only angered his uncle. Ji Hong believed that the young heir could deal with her when he would be at least a little older, and did not understand why he was risking right now. Of course, the advisor said this not because he obviously expected that Li Kal could not cope with the task. He was simply worried that even with the victory, the hero could somehow seriously suffer. Obviously, Li Kal was sincerely touched that his uncle was so sincerely worried about him. He had no choice but to smile weakly to thank for care. The young warrior perfectly understood the 6th heiress would surely try to almost kill him, and the Council of Elders will receive an excellent occasion in order to throw him a strangle on his neck. So for Li Kal, it was a battle not only for the sake of the warrior's journey. Of course, if he loses, everything will become very complicated. But he asked his uncle not to worry, because the main character was confident in his abilities and knew that he would definitely win, as always.